fund this organization, huh? We're not exactly the March of Dimes. How do you think that we fund this organization, huh? We're not exactly the March of Dimes.
Run for it, run. Yeah, hey, okay, I'm fresh up out the package. Sign my deal, I pay my dues. Affiliated to this paper, I need freedom for my family line. Draw my life design up like fine art. I'm jumping out just an unfamiliar coordinate. Topped off the porch like I could touch the sky. Red is not one trip. The ism talk the water out your faucet. Look at me flossing, I'm so wavy, I could change the tide. My intuition sense the hatred in your ways. You imitated, forging lines, claim meaning means that's just to justify. Yeah, right. West side, born maritime. Creole baby, my bloodline. My lungs clouded, my thoughts crowded. Say all I see is these dollar signs. Finna make a play and that sign delay. On mamas, I testify. Run for it, run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds. Run for it, run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds. Run for it, run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds. Run for it, run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds. Game recognized game. I'm from the Bay, okay, I'm versatile and my slang was different. I'm lane switching with the same people that I came up in this thing with. My head swivel, I'm homebound. Got a target back on my backside. The cat peeling with the cast iron. Better run for it, run before I catch you. Niggas out ball it, block it. Trying to stop my blessing. Gamble with your life. Don't bet it, don't bet it. They can't stop my blessing. You do best not to test it. Yeah, you right. Real all in my blood supply. To get ball up top finna make a play. I cast a lob like I'm Jalen, baby. No co-sign and no co-pilot. They pen pals.
How do you think that we fund this organization, huh? We're not exactly the March of Dimes.
I said it twice and I meant it right.
My brain signal out of range with it. My palm mission is a dollar sign. You know co-sign and no co-pilot. They pip-tiles, my flow designer. My brain signal out of range with it. My palm mission is a dollar sign.
Run for it, run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds. Run for it, run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds. Run for it, run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds. Run for it, run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds.
Yo, what up, y'all? It's your boy Rob coming back at you once again with another live stream. So before we get started, you already know what to do. If you're not subscribed to the channel, make sure you hit the bell icon twice. Smash the like button, share this video out to all of your followers, and let's get it cracking. All right, so shout out to everybody who is in the building early. It is good to see each and every one of you. If you guys can hear me okay and everything sounds good and looks good, please give me a thumbs up or a radiation emoji in the chat. While you guys are doing that, I'm going to shout out everybody who's in the building early. All right. Shout out to my man, Carlton Way. What's good with it, bro? We got Brooklyn Queen in the house. What's good with you, Brooklyn Queen? Good to see you as always. Shout out to my man, AB. What's good with you, bro? Good to see you. Shout out. Oh, and shout out. Make sure we got to show Carlton some love. Make sure y'all show Carlton some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat for my man Carlton for the off-rip coins. I appreciate you, bro.
How do you think that we fund this organization, huh? We're not exactly the March of Dimes.
Shout out to Brooklyn Queen with the off-rip coins.
How do you think that we fund this organization, huh? We're not exactly the March of Dimes.
Shout out to my man T.F.T.C. My man T.F.T.C about to bless your boy with the knocks, you know what I'm saying? T.F.T.C about to bless your boy with the knocks. We finna go plat on accident, you know what I'm saying?
How do you think that we fund this organization, huh? We're not exactly the March of Dimes.
Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Yeah, the first track gonna be called Off Code Living. Facts. Off Code Living. Ain't no giving. You know what I'm saying? We ain't like these other clowns here. Ain't no forgiving, right? We about to come to the party and scoop all your women. Shout out to my man Detroit 313. What's good with it? What's good with you, bro? Yeah, it's about to be lit. It's about to be lit, like Dave East and Styles P. Oh yeah, it'll be lit, man. You know what I'm saying? We got to bring that 90s 2000 style hip hop back. You know what I'm saying? They still listening to it anyway because this new shit nowadays is garbage. It's garbage. You know what I'm saying? Everybody's hero, Joe Budden's running around. You know what I'm saying? They should call him MC Streak. You know what I'm saying? That boy can't keep his clothes on. He running around in the streets of New York. It's wild out here, man. It's wild out here. The Breakfast Club, they done revamped the 50 Cent Ja Rule beef. What's going on, man? You know what I'm saying? Hip hop nowadays is so corny. You know what I'm saying? The Drake and Kendrick Lamar beef couldn't even sustain anything, so they had to bring back real beef like Ja Rule and 50. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's wild, man. That's wild, but that's where we at though. That's what we living in today. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, we about to talk about this, man. Shout out to the Bitcoin. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Bitcoin. Shout out to the blockchain. Shout out to crypto. You know what I'm saying? Bitcoin, as you guys know from the last live stream or possibly your own research, Bitcoin currently is less volatile than the S&P 500. It's less volatile than the S&P 500. You know what I'm saying? Now, there's about to be a fresh injection of liquidity. You know what I'm saying? It's about to be a fresh injection of liquidity. Tie that tourniquet around your arm as much as you can. Get a shoestring, get a belt, tie it around your arm, and you know what I'm saying? Slap, get that vein, get that vein popping up real nice and juicy, and just let that liquidity flow. You know what I'm saying? Just let it go into your arm. That liquidity about to go in from the Fed. You know what I'm saying? Just like Blade when he getting the serum, just inject that liquidity. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, the new music is trash. Facts. And shout out to Detroit 313. The beef been overreacting. Bro, facts. You ain't never lied. You ain't never lied. You know what I'm saying? The beef been overreacting, man. Now, Bitcoin destroyed the volatility talking point. We talked about this, right? Van Eck predicted this back in 2020 that Bitcoin is moving into an era where its volatility is less than the S&P 500, right? So what else happened? In addition to Bitcoin outperforming as far as stability goes, the S&P 500 during one of the most turbulent economic times. Oh, them risk-free assets, man. We got to talk about them risk-free assets. What happened to the bonds? Word is bond. Word is bond. Remember that song? Word is bond. Word is life. You know what I'm saying? Somebody lied. Man, the bonds got tanked. You know what I'm saying? The bonds got bombed. I thought the T-bills was supposed to be risk-free. There's no such thing as risk-free. You know what I'm saying? There's no such thing as risk-free. The T-bills got bombed. That's what the T stands for in T-bills. You didn't know? People thought it was Treasury. Nah, it's tanked. It's tanked. You know what I'm saying? Now, we're going to talk about this stuff, right? We got a good little amount of time where we can go into this stuff in depth. It's a couple other topics that I want to talk about. Some things we might get to, some things we might not. If we don't get to them, I'm going to try to hit them up in the morning. You know what I'm saying? We're going to try to hit them up in the morning early, all right? So this crypto stream, we got to talk about some of the things that are going on with the market. And the reason why we got to talk about some of the things going on with the market is because I was watching Anton Daniels this morning, you know what I'm saying? And I just couldn't get past, you know what I'm saying, the shiny bald head. You know what I'm saying? Just the reflection off of his head, that chrome dome, just kept distracting me. So, you know what I'm saying? I was like, I gotta do my own research. I'll mess around and be blind if I keep watching this stream. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're not supposed to have bling bling coming off the middle of your head. You know what I'm saying? But he did. You know what I'm saying? So shout out to him. All right. So let's check this out real quick.
China when it comes to tariffs. Let's get to Eunice Yoon in Beijing. A lot going on, Eunice, regarding rare earths, visit to Vietnam, and more. Good morning.
Yeah, there's a lot going on here. You guys were talking about those tariff exemptions. The Chinese government, on the whole, over the weekend, had acknowledged that the tariff exemptions were what they described as a small step, and even said that China was evaluating the impact. The state media, though, had said that this was a...
Now, we got to ask this question. What tariff exemptions are they talking about? Because all of this ties in. Shout out to my man, the specialist. What's good with it, bro? All of this ties in, right? There's been some exemptions on these tariffs. And now China say they're not backing down.
U.S. retreat, and also more evidence that the Chinese supply chain is really, really important for the world. Today, though, probably because of...
The Chinese supply chain is really important to the world. Let me ask you guys this question. Where is this all going, right? Where is this all going? I'm going to tell you where it's all going. Where it's all going is that during times of economic turbulence, the Bitcoin price stayed at $84,000. That's where this is all going. You know what I'm saying? That's where this is all going.
The Chinese supply chain is really, really important for the world. Today, though, probably because of a lot of the confusion of the messaging from the White House, the Chinese government doubled down on their overall stance. That is that the U.S. government should abolish the tariffs and the what they describe as wrongful actions around those tariffs. What was also interesting is that a state TV-linked social media account, which is now closely watched for messaging on U.S.-China trade, just several hours ago elaborated a little bit further, saying that to the Trump team.
Yeah, shout out to the specialist. If you guys agree with the specialist, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. The specialist said China turned the market upside down. Now, if we pay attention, right, this ain't the first time that China has, had some impacts on the market, right? Remember what happened with DeepSeek? If you guys remember what happened with DeepSeek, give me a thumbs down. Give me a thumbs up. If you don't, give me a thumbs down. Now, I don't know if anybody has heard, but U.S. AI and chip manufacturing companies are going to start using the DeepSeek models. How many people heard about that?
They're what they call delusion is China will compromise under high tariffs. The account goes on saying if the U.S. really wants to talk, China needs to see real action. What was also interesting is that the same blogger account was hinting at who would be taken, what kind of step would be taken next. And the target, they said, was American IP and American brands. And then this blogger went on to suggest that Chinese people could reject them. And they said that they noted that Walt Disney and Comcast, which owns CNBC, have development and production businesses, theme parks, and consumer goods in China. They also mentioned...
Shout out to Detroit 313. Yeah, like here's the thing with Anton Daniels. You know what I'm saying? Like, I got to roast Anton Daniels up a little bit. You know what I'm saying? I don't hate the man. You know what I'm saying? But, like, it's just the way that so many YouTubers, you know what I'm saying, are following the money path is wild to me. Like, it's wild. You know what I mean? And, I'm not mad at it. People got to do what they got to do to eat. But the fact that they try to do it and then they try to act like they like they taking some type of high road or holier than thou stance is wild. It's wild. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's amazing. Like, look at people like Anton Daniels and people like Jason Whitlock and, you know what I'm saying, people like Officer Tatum. These people out here calling people race hustlers while they sitting up there hustling the white race. You know what I'm saying? Trashing black people. Like, it's wild. It's wild. You know what I'm saying? And they call it other people race hustlers. All these cats out here race hustling, man. They all race hustling and they all race simping. They just doing it all in their own way and then trying to point at other people and say, this is what this person is doing. This is what this person is doing. Like, it's wild, man. It's wild. I never, you know what I'm saying? I just, it is what it is. And a lot of these dudes are really old. Shout out to my man, DJ Elmo. What's good with it, bro? A lot of these dudes are really old. And when I talk about how old they are, bro, I'm not talking about like no 40 and 50 years old. I'm talking about these cats is like, apocalypse age of apocalypse. You know what I'm saying? These cats is like Wolverine age people. You know what I'm saying? I mean, generations they've had of children already. You know what I'm saying? It's wild. You know what I'm saying? It's wild. When you look at somebody's birth certificate and it says BC, you already know. You know what I'm saying? Like, you already know. Like, that's crazy, man. You too old to be acting like this. Mumra age cats out here. You know what I'm saying? We got the, you know what I'm saying? We got the new wave for y'all. The new wave is we gonna hate ourselves. You know what I'm saying? Like, you sound crazy. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Brooklyn Queen said they need keys and mics taken away. Now, they need to put the keys in one of them new Teslas that's driving into the walls is what they need to do. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to my man Crew Reality. What's good with it, bro? Yeah, shout out to Carlton. Shout out to the old ninjas. Facts. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to the old ninjas. Man, it's wild out here, man. I was listening to the Zero Bitcoin morning show, and you know, I was just in shock and in awe. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Maine. Maine said they grifting hard to avoid going back to DoorDash. Hey, if they keep on going to them places like Pootie and them, you know what I'm saying, where Pootie took Charleston White to, they're gonna be DoorDashing without no food. They're gonna be DoorDashing without no food. You know what I'm saying? They're gonna go to one of the meetings that old dude be going to, and they're gonna be singing that Stack Bundle song talking about, look, ninjas, y'all food. But hey, that's what they do out here, man. Besides the skinny jeans and the pink dreadlocks, you know what I'm saying? Oh man, Crew, no, you didn't. You know what I'm saying? Crew joined the flush out gang. Oh man, Crew said I bought the dip and sold. I ain't as tough as y'all. Oh man, hey, I ain't mad at it though, bro. Shout out to you for actually admitting that. You know what I'm saying? Ain't nothing wrong with that. You know what I'm saying? Ain't nothing wrong with that. Ain't nothing wrong with that. But now you got to get a flush out gang. You got to get FOG tattooed. You know what I'm saying? You got to rep it right. like my man God Satoshi said, you got to rep it right. Stack it tight. You know what I'm saying?
Sony, Paramount Global, as well as Netflix. The messaging, though, overall, outside of that, and the potential for countermeasures, is that there needs to be a lot of support for Chinese exporters, and that this is paramount. Carl, you mentioned President Xi's visit to Vietnam.
Now, here's the thing, right? This is my question. Why are we talking about China right now? Why are we talking about China? We're talking about China because China influenced a lot of risk on these quote-unquote risk-free assets. Yeah, shout out to Carlton. We got to give him a good lashing. Now, what happened to the bonds? It's rumors, a lot of rumors going around that China started dumping U.S. bonds. How many people heard that rumor? If you guys heard that rumor, give me a thumbs up. If y'all didn't hear that rumor, give me a thumbs down. Shout out to Thomas Wilson. Thomas Wilson said, yeah, when that chick told Anton, your wife wouldn't deal with you if you didn't have money, and you could see him sitting there with his wheel spinning in his head. Boy, that was priceless. Look, it was it was $1 million morning show. Oh, it was $1 million morning show. You know what I'm saying? Hey, listen, it's a lot of times when Anton Daniels got flamed. Y'all remember when he was out? He was somewhere, I think it was like Hoboken, New Jersey or something like that. I don't know. Maybe it wasn't Hoboken, New Jersey. It was somewhere like some type of pastry shop or something like that. And the white dude was going in on him. You know what I'm saying? The white dude was going in on him. And Anton was just sitting there like, I got these glasses, though. You know what I'm saying? Like, for real, bro.
He is there in Southeast Asia on a 3-nation tour, ostensibly to try to build up those trade ties. Today, he announced, or China and Vietnam announced that they had signed several trade negotiation deals. And then, of course, there is the private.
Hey, Xi Jinping been eating. That button's struggling. that button on that blazer is really struggling to stay. You know what I'm saying? It's really struggling to keep that blazer closed. He eating over there.
And then, of course, there is the private sector that is also getting involved to try to help redirect some of the goods that the exporters used to sell, and I guess so still do sell to the United States as well as elsewhere, but also to sell them here in China.
Well, I've got to tell you, Eunice, I listened to you.
Hey, listen. Hey, shout out to T.F.T.C. T.F.T.C said that button is on life support, bro. If China decide to put reciprocal tariffs on the United States as tight as that blazer is on Xi Jinping, bro, we got a long summer ahead of us, bro. We got a long summer ahead of us. Shout out to my man Cameron. What's good with it, bro?
All morning, you've been incredibly spot on all these things. But when I listen to the rhetoric from China, this is 1968, 72 rhetoric. This is the kind of rhetoric that just says there's never going to be a meeting. Is there a way to have a Nixon to China moment? Because as far as I'm concerned, this is just right now. You're on the verge of when I was a little boy. We kept thinking, when are they going to bomb us? I mean, that was the same rhetoric. Well, when are they going to launch their nuclear weapons? I mean, that's why we used to live in fear. That's why we had cubbyhole.
I want you guys to pay attention. Like, look at this, man. I want you guys to look at this fear mongering. I want you guys to understand. Look at how paranoid these people are. Look at how paranoid these people are, man. Like, pay close attention to this. Now, listen, what's the most dangerous type of animal? The most dangerous type of animal is a wounded animal, right? I want y'all to pay attention to how these people walk around like wounded animals all the time with all the what ifs.
That's why we used to put our heads in a cubbyhole, because the Chinese were going to bomb us if the Russians didn't bomb us. This is the same sound.
Well, I mean, I think that the Chinese have shown that they are willing to negotiate, that they do eventually want to have some sort of meeting. But it's just that the rhetoric, I mean, you mentioned rhetoric coming out of China. The rhetoric from the Chinese perspective of the White House is not actually that helpful, because the way things are being set up is that President Trump is the kingmaker and that all these countries around the world are going over there and groveling and asking for deals. From the Chinese perspective, this cannot happen because.
Now, here's my question, right? I got a question for everybody. Besides the countries that's cool with us, right? Besides Canada, besides Mexico, besides all these other countries, who has come to the United States and got on their knees like Starscream in front of Megatron begging for a deal? Who's done that? Has anybody done that? Who's done that? Name me a country that's done it. Now, Trump is sitting down and having a meeting with the president of El Salvador today, right? But I'm pretty sure El Salvador is not included in any of these type of tariff issues, right? Now, you know, I didn't even know this, right? This is news to me. But who heard about the changes of trade policy between the United States and Israel? Israel had trade barriers with the United States. Shout out to Detroit 313. Detroit 313 said now 70 countries are begging Trump. That's wild, man. Hey, and listen. If any of those countries got any type of, you know, relationship with South Africa, Trump ain't doing business with you. Trump ain't doing business with you if you got relationship with South Africa. You know what I'm saying? If you singing that song, the hit song featuring Busta Rhymes, kill the boy, kill the boy. If you singing that, Trump ain't got no holler for you, man. Trump ain't got no holler for no boar killers. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to my man DSB. What's good with it, bro? DSB says, Shalom, Black Light Revelations, my warrior brother. So long time no see. Thought you had gotten kidnapped. I might have kidnapped somebody. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to you, bro. Make sure you guys show DSB some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat for DSB for funding the organization and buying y'all lunch.
How do you think that we fund this organization, huh? We're not exactly the March of Dimes.
In Springfield.
So don't push me. Ain't Donald Trump trying to grab him by the... Said it was some Haitians somewhere out in Springfield. Women doing cartwheels.
Have you seen Garfield?
Have you seen Snowball? This about to snowball. I'm about to go off. I can't let this go on. Miss me like an airball. Tell me where my cat is, cough it up like a hairball. I gotta tell them if they even put the fingernail on Santa's little helper to turn them to hamburger helper. Somebody better help them, cause I'm going to jail for showing them fellas helter skelter. Usually I'm content, but if you touch my dog, then I'm turning into John Wick. I'm lit. Bird better drop it. If you touch my pet, then I'm pulling up like CrossFit.
They're eating the dog, cat. Eat the cat.
It's a shame, it's a pity. Gone overseas where they said Hello Kitty, but it ain't there, it's right here in your city. When I turn my back, now the cat goes missing and where my peoples is at. Does anybody know where he took with that? Cause I heard they putting claws on felines, I'm mad. And my cat disappeared just like Felix the cat. And they eat the cat. Got paid back. Thought she was a goner, but the cat came back. If you ain't a pussy cat, say drop that cat. Drop that
cats. Eat the cat. Eat the cat. They're eating the cats. They're eating the dogs. Eat the cat.
Fuck that cat.
Shout out to you, bro. I appreciate it. And shout out to my man DSB again for gifting the membership. Definitely appreciate it. Make sure y'all show DSB some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emojis, some ducks in the chat for DSB for standing on business.
I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business.
And shout out to DSB again for standing on business again. Make sure y'all show DSB some love. Definitely appreciate you, bro.
I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business.
So yeah, man, we gotta look at this. We've got to look at this. And the reason why we got to look at this is because this is what I'm saying. This is what I want people to understand. Shout out to Detroit 313. Detroit 313 said, in my opinion, Trump might join BRICS. Yo, check now. That would be a wild scenario if Trump suggested that, right? But here's my question. Out of all of the countries that's part of BRICS, which countries would support a United States entrance into BRICS? That would be wild if he tried to do that. What do y'all think? How do y'all think that would go?
As for President Xi Jinping, it is so politically dangerous for him to be seen as crawling over to the United States asking for a deal.
Eunice, thank you. Eunice, we'll talk again shortly, I'm quite sure.
Yeah, so that's interesting, right? So China, the reason why we took a look at that video is because China is doubling down on the position, right? China's doubling down on the position that they are not backing down from these tariffs, all right? Now, let's check this out real quick. They're saying this particular company, or this particular country, quote unquote, could give the U.S. access to China. Listen, let me ask y'all this. The U.S., if you ask me, the U.S. has access to China already. What we're looking at is a situation where the United States is used to throwing their weight around and being a bully. And now they've run into a brick wall. They've run into a brick wall, a brick wall. No pun intended. You know what I'm saying?
We had an administration that allowed people to come in freely into our country from not only South America, but from all over the world. The border should never and can never be forgotten. It's a sin, what they did. And you are helping us out. And we appreciate it.
President Trump welcoming El Salvador's President Bukele to the White House in a meeting that cements Bukele's role as...
Now, why is Trump sitting next to Bukele? Right. Look, shout out to Detroit 313. Detroit 313 said a bad reputation, but a good deal because BRICS are into crypto, according to Putin, but dropped on Iran. Facts. Now look at the president that he got sitting next to him, right? People need to pay very close attention. Pay very close attention, right? Now, let me ask y'all this question. Do you all think that Trump paid Bukele in Bitcoin for the deal to house the prisoners in the Salvadorian super prison? If you guys think that they did, give me a thumbs up. If you think that they didn't, give me a thumbs down. Bukele is president of El Salvador. El Salvador is one of the only countries that has Bitcoin as their legal tender. If you don't believe me, look it up. Yeah, facts. Shout out to Detroit 313. The El Salvador is a crypto president. Facts. Super facts.
One of Trump's closest foreign allies on immigration enforcement, digital infrastructure, and security cooperation. And they're getting to some help from DOGE, to develop the infrastructure to revoke parole, cancel visas, and strip social security numbers from thousands of undocumented immigrants. The first target, more than 6,000 illegal names, including people on the FBI terror watch list. Bitcoin could also be on the agenda. The president promised to make America the crypto capital of the world.
Now, look, now, do you see? Look. Do you see how it's all tied in? It's all tied in. Now, I gotta ask the question, right? Remember, Bitcoin is a scam, right? We can never forget. They did. Shout out to Cameron. They did. I forget what it was. They had to roll back some of their Bitcoin policies. Cameron said, I thought the World Bank told them they had to be poor or else a coup would happen. They basically did. You know what I'm saying? And El Salvador folded. You know what I'm saying? They rolled back a lot of their Bitcoin anti-IMF policies. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, so again, Bitcoin is the center of all of this stuff. It's the center of all of this stuff. If you ask me, one of the things that Trump is trying to do is Trump is trying to create his own crypto-based G20-like economic bloc, which, if you ask me, I don't think that that's a bad idea if that is what he's trying to do, because if we do have a new financial system that's on the precipice of becoming a reality worldwide, a new financial system is going to have different criteria and different allies than the current financial system. But one of the biggest issues as far as consumers of the news and consumers of social media is that the majority of social media content creators have encouraged their subscribers to be part of the flush out gang. You know what I'm saying? They've encouraged their subscribers to be a part of the flush out gang. Shout out to Detroit 313. Detroit 313 says BRICS is not corruption according to the Democratic Party. Now check this out. When it comes to the Democratic Party, if you pay attention to a lot of the Democrats right now, it's really weird. And the Democrats, they move hand in hand with the people that claim that they anti-Democrat. All the people, do you guys notice there's a whole cheerleading squad for BRICS? Like, it's a whole cheerleading squad for BRICS out here, which is weird, right? And the Democrats are also cheerleading for BRICS. And it's weird. You know what I'm saying? It's really weird. It don't make any sense. You know what I'm saying? I'm not cheerleading for BRICS. I'm not cheerleading for the United States, for NATO, NAFTA, none of that. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to see Bitcoin hit $1.3 million. That's what I'm cheerleading for. You know what I'm saying? And whatever got to go on to get to that price, I'm here for it. I'm here for it. You know what I'm saying? But this is interesting, though. This is interesting. When people are discussing this, they're purposely leaving out the Bitcoin part. And the reason why they're purposely leaving out the Bitcoin part is because they've been wrong for years. They've been wrong for years, and they sold people a bunch of nonsense about Bitcoin being a scam. Bitcoin's going to zero. I keep telling people Bitcoin's going to have more zeros behind it before it goes to zero. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, shout out to Detroit 313. They don't understand what contract they signed up for. Bro, facts. So now we got Trump, who's saying we're going to make America the cryptocurrency capital. Listen, I don't know. You know, it's going to be a lot of content creators. Trump's sitting up there talking to Bukal. Okay, check this out, man. United States, if the United States wants to be great in crypto, you can't sit there and make up lies and call Bitcoin an American product. You can't sit there and make up lies and call Solana and Crypto.com American products. You got to sit there and be cool with the person whose country houses the largest stablecoin company in the world. And who is that? Yeah, that's Tether. That's Tether. Tether put their headquarters in El Salvador. So this is also a liquidity conversation. If you guys would agree that this is also a liquidity conversation, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree and you don't think that it's a liquidity conversation, then what is it? Now, you know, the problem is that, you know, because of YouTube and the way that YouTube is and the YouTube scholars, you know what I'm saying? The YouTube scholars have trained everybody that, you know, the word tether is only important in one sense. So now, you know, when we talk about Trump sitting there talking to Bukal and the crypto liquidity and all the Bitcoin that El Salvador has, and United States goal of getting 1 million Bitcoin in 5 years, which they're not going to do. They're going to fail miserably at that. We got to talk about the stable coins changing hands. And what country has all the stable coins? El Salvador, because they got Tether. You know what I'm saying? They got Tether. Shout out to Detroit 313. Detroit 313 says, now imagine Democratic or liberal reaction to Trump joining BRICS. They would be hella outraged in Bush. Yeah, bro, facts. Bro, don't even get me started. That's a whole nother stream. Facts. Shout out to Detroit 313. Detroit 313 said they don't even know Russia is a part of BRICS, and yet they were rooting for them at the same time, siding with Ukraine. Bro, it's the reality detachment, rolling double standards of Democrats that you see with Democrats and a large amount of their constituents. A large amount of their constituents. It's really wild to watch it take place in real time.
Infrastructure and security cooperation. And they're getting to some help from DOGE, rather, to develop the infrastructure to revoke parole, cancel visas, and strip social security numbers from thousands of undocumented immigrants. The first target, more than 6,000 illegal names, including people on the FBI terror watch list. Bitcoin could also be on the agenda. The president promised to make America the crypto capital of the world. And
now, again, I got to ask y'all this. Look, of course, Bitcoin is going to be on the agenda. Of course, Bitcoin is going to be on the agenda. You can't not have a meeting between a guy who's a president of a country who's been nothing but anti-cryptocurrency since Bitcoin was invented, now trying to flip the narrative and say that we're going to be the crypto world capital, with an early adopter of crypto who is so behind Bitcoin that they've changed their country's currency to Bitcoin. Of course, Bitcoin is going to be on the agenda. Now, let me ask you guys this question. You got world leaders sitting here talking about Bitcoin, right? But community leaders, you know what I'm saying, telling people you don't need Bitcoin. So make it make sense. You know what I'm saying? I'm not making this up. You know what I'm saying? I'm not making this up. How many people have heard the new numbers that have come out on, quote unquote, how much Bitcoin you need today to be able to retire in 2030? Anybody heard any numbers? If you heard some numbers, let me know what they are.
Bitcoin bull Bukele is reshaping the El Salvadorian economy around digital assets, recently making crypto legal tender in El Salvador. So there's a lot going on here. And Charles, what interests me the most is how the president is kind of putting what happened the last 4 years behind us. He wasn't in control then, and we had this mass migration, but he is trying to mend some fences with these leaders to right the ship. And that seems to be what's happening here.
Yeah, absolutely. And you need people like this. And of course, we talk about Argentina a lot as well. I was going to go down to El Salvador last year. I couldn't put it together, but this whole thing with the volcano, using that to power the Bitcoin mining, they're going.
I want you guys to understand, like, that when people are wrong, when people are dead wrong, they can't do anything but ignore what they've been dead wrong on. I mean, pay attention to this. Yeah, shout out to Detroit 313. Detroit 313 said, of course, Bitcoin won't save this country. XRP will, including Trump. Everyone need XRP. I got a little bit of a different theory, you know what I'm saying, behind XRP. But you know, XRP is still valuable. You know what I'm saying? I wouldn't say XRP is not valuable. Definitely want to get you 1,000 XRP. Shout out to the people in the chat. How many people in the chat either have or are trying to get 1,000 XRP? If you have or are trying to get 1,000 XRP, put some rockets in the chat.
I'm all in on this digital asset stuff and Bitcoin mining. And, you know, our housekeeper for almost 30 years, she's from El Salvador. She just got back. She goes about twice a year. And, she just raves. She just raves about what's going on. She says, my country, everything. Everybody want my country. All the other countries, they want my president. That means just loves it. Says the streets are clean. Says the crime is down. And, he's been extraordinarily effective. He's a kind of modern day leader we need in this hemisphere, I think.
So you've got a twofer here, Brian, because we're talking about security and security of our border, but we're also talking about economics. What do you make of what El Salvador is trying to do with Bitcoin and what Trump wants to do with Bitcoin?
Well, this Bukele guy is such an interesting guy. Okay. And
now, shout out to everybody. Shout out to my man Lehman Lucas. What's good with it, bro? Yo, shout out to the entire chat. If you guys haven't smashed the like button yet, please do me a favor. Take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, please take a moment, hit that bell. Also, if you guys haven't shared the stream to your social media, take a moment, share the stream to your social media. Now, again, we got to ask these questions, right? Why is it that everybody that's talking about the tariffs and talking about the economy, they just leaving all this part out? This is what I'm talking about being anti-reality and the rolling double standards. Once you see it, you will never be able to unsee it. You will never be able to unsee it.
I'm glad that our president is interacting with him the way that he is. I think it's important because there's one other party in the world who really, really wants to be on good terms with El Salvador.
Now, look at this. I want you guys to pay attention to this. You see this Bitcoin versus the US dollar? Here's my question for everybody. Shout out to my man AW1. What's going on? Yo, if y'all not subscribed over on Twitch, make sure y'all go over on Twitch and subscribe. All right. What's going on with the US dollar right now? The US dollar is having issues related to the bond liquidity, right? What's going on with the bond liquidity?
And that's China. So China's been courting El Salvador for many years. In fact, interestingly, in 2023, China builds El Salvador's new national library. They just finished building a huge amusement park for El Salvador, both gifts to El Salvador. And right now, they're building the nation's largest soccer stadium. Okay, China gifts to El Salvador. So there's something going on in El Salvador that the world's powers really want to be a part of. I don't think we were playing offense with El Salvador under Biden. I'm glad we are now under Trump because, if it's not us, it's going to be China.
And oh my God, we about to get into it. Hopefully, I might have to actually push these other videos. Well, you know what? We're going to get into it. Yeah, if you guys agree with Detroit 313 is crumbling, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. Now, mind you, remember, one of the major talking points, pro fiat currency, pro dollar talking point is that the U.S. military, right? The U.S. military is the thing that quote unquote stabilizes the dollar. That is true when there's not a military that can compete with the United States. That's also true when certain macroeconomic factors don't move fast enough. Right? And what we have right now is a very volatile economic environment. And as you can see, the US dollar is having a little bit of issues. Now, I want to ask you guys this question. How many people have heard that there is a recession on the way? If you guys have heard that there's a recession on the way, give me a thumbs up. If you haven't, give me a thumbs down.
And El Salvador this is what they are. They're not the most liberty-oriented country in Central America, probably. They're not the most democratically oriented, some would say.
In Central America?
Well, okay. I see what you're saying there. I see what you're saying. But here's my point. He's getting results. And really big. He reminds me kind of like an Ataturk in Turkey, taking a country and really transforming it. But you're not always going to say, well, he's a really sort of liberal, liberty-oriented guy, but he's just fixing problems. And I think that's why people who are there are really giving him the benefit of the doubt right now.
Yeah. And he's very eager to work with Trump, Dagan.
Absolutely. And I'll just note that Bukele just made this comment about Abrego Garcia. There's the Supreme Court decision over him being deported to El Salvador. Bukele said, when asked, how would I return him to the United States? Would I smuggle him? It's a preposterous question. He said, why would I release a terrorist into the country? Will you release him in El Salvador? So the Salvadoran president says they won't be returning Abrego Garcia. And there's an issue because and Stephen Miller was talking about this on the news channel earlier, but he's a Salvadoran citizen. So they're arguing that it's not, how can the United States go into El Salvador and retrieve a man from another country and bring him back to the United States?
again, look at how insane these conversations are for common sense situations that we have going on in the United States. Like, I mean, this is you you have to wonder, people who are outside of the United States, when they look at this insanity, how exactly are they looking at it?
And Stephen Miller said that the way that this Supreme Court decision had been portrayed over the weekend in the press was just upside down backwards. My words, not his.
It's really interesting to see how the administration now is going to provide those daily updates about Abrego Garcia's status. I guess going forward, it's going to be he remains in El Salvador, apparently, since the president of El Salvador says he's not going to return him. I think that also, I was taking note about your comment, Brian, about the relationship between El Salvador and China, also because not only have they gotten closer to China with the gifts from China, they've also separated themselves a bit from Taiwan. Going back to 2018, El Salvador broke with Taiwan, recognizing Beijing instead. And this is something that President Bukele, since he's taken office, since in 2019, has continued to do so. So as we're kind of navigating these new relationships, this kind of seems like an opportunity where the U.S. through El Salvador could keep China close, and the idea of keeping your enemies closer than your friends. Keep your friends close, keep your enemies closer. Maybe it's not a bad idea to really have a strong relationship with El Salvador for many reasons, including access to.
So yeah, access to Bitcoin and access to China. Those are the reasons why the United States is really, really interested in dealing with El Salvador. Now, we're about to take a look at this situation right here. All right. Now, let me ask you guys this question. What is the premier, quote unquote, risk-free asset? Somebody name the premier risk-free asset in the comment section. Does this sound familiar? Treasury bills, treasury bonds. U.S. bond market is on the verge of a meltdown as treasury yields spike. All right. Now, this is an article from Wednesday, April 9th. Okay. Now, how risk-free is a market if that market is on the verge of a meltdown? How risk-free is it? That's the question. U.S. government bonds have entered a meltdown as long yield treasuries briefly reached over 5% last night amid panic over Donald Trump's tariffs. U.S. 30-year treasury yields spiked briefly above 5% last night before settling at 4.9%, up from 4.45% before Trump unveiled his tariffs. The last time the U.S. 30-year treasury yield rose this much in 3 years was January 1982, when yields were 14%. The 10-year yield, a global benchmark for borrowing costs, jumped 4.51% before easing to 4.44%. All right. Now, again, why is this happening and what is this doing to the money? Shout out to my man U-Law. What's good with it, bro? Why is this happening to the money? Spencer Hankeman, founder of hedge fund Tolo Capital Management, termed the bond market performance as a meltdown. All right. Now, how come nobody's flipping out, going crazy, making all kind of content about this? The bond market melted down. The bond market melted down. You know, if Bitcoin had dropped 10%, how many videos and how many times of people would have said, this is why you shouldn't put your money in Bitcoin, yada, 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 yada. Anti-reality, anti-wealth. They want you to be a part of the flush out gang. Others have compared it to Trump's Liz Truss moment after the former prime minister sent government bond markets spiking over fears of her unfunded tax cuts. Trump has said he was aiming to push down treasury yields, making it cheaper to refinance U.S. government debt. Over the weekend, the president reposted a video that claimed he was trying to purposefully crash the economy to bring treasury yields down. All right. So who was that? I think it was Black Free Thinker. Shout out to Black Free Thinker. Black Free Thinker was talking about how this could possibly be happening on purpose. Well, yeah, I think that confirms, right? Shout out to U-Law. U-Law said, I got unsubscribed from all your channels. You know how YouTube be doing, bro. Yo, speaking of how YouTube be doing, if y'all haven't hit the like button yet, do me a favor. Take a moment, hit that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, please take a moment, hit that bell. Also, please share the stream to your social media. Donald Trump shares video claiming he's purposefully crashing the market, but then insists he doesn't want anything to go down. Now, here's my question. How do people feel about that? Here's how I feel about it. Buy the dips. Right? Buy the dips. That's how I feel about it. You should always everything that you do, you should always be doing what makes you more wealthy. Right? If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. Don't get caught up in the political nonsense. Just do what's gonna make you rich. You know what I'm saying? So now here it says, while government bonds are traditionally seen as safe assets, right? Which, again, that's debatable. Analysts have suggested that some positions are being exited to cover losses elsewhere in the markets, squeezing liquidity. All right. A popular bet among hedge funds is that treasuries will outperform interest rate swaps. But as banks are currently selling bonds to raise cash for clients withdrawing their money in a panic, swap rates are being pushed far below yields. So now what does that mean? What does that mean? People are losing money left and right. Meanwhile, others have stated that Trump's quote-unquote erratic behavior on tariffs may have damaged the credibility of the U.S. government, leading to a spike in bond yields. On Tuesday, a Treasury auction of 3-year notes attracted weak demand, an ominous sign for the auction of $39 billion worth of 10-year Treasuries later today and a 30-year auction on Thursday. All right. Analysts at Deutsche Bank explained this incredible aggressive sell-off and suggested that government bonds were losing their traditional haven status. Now, let me ask you guys this question. Why are government bonds losing their traditional haven status? Why is that happening? Pepperstone strategist Michael Brown also suggested that this lack of desire to hold treasuries could point to signs that institutional confidence in the U.S. has continued to be eroded. However, A.J. Bell, investment director Russ Mold, even noted that some had speculated that China and other parties are dumping their holdings as a retaliatory tool. Now, let me ask you guys this question. I'm going to ask you guys this question. Shout out to my man Carlton. Carlton to get a kick out of this. If you want to teach the United States a lesson, if you got an issue with the United States, if you just can't handle the United States, everything about the United States is just something that irks your nerves, and you really want to get at the big bad United States, which one would make the most sense to do? Have a lot of bonds and then dump them, or not go to Target for a week? And this is what I'm saying, man. And this is why I want people to understand what I'm saying. Boycotting, shout out to my man Vincent Harper. Boycotting is poor people civil disobedience. That's a joke. Anytime anybody boycotts in the line, ain't nobody listening, man. People laughing at you. People laughing at you. Nobody writing any articles except for to laugh at you about boycotting. You know what I'm saying? Now, if you had a bunch of treasury bonds, or if you owned a bunch of Target stock and you just decided to sell it all and tank Target, now people paying attention. And this is stuff that people can do. But instead, people want to sit there looking like they had a soup kitchen line and, oh, I'm a boycott. All right, well, you go ahead and boycott. You know what I'm saying? This right here is a man-cott right here. You know what I'm saying? Just in case people are confused. You know what I'm saying? Just in case people are confused. So I don't be trying to hear that nonsense, man. Like, no one's trying to do anything with boycotts. We listening to this, we looking at this. This is what makes people pay attention. Ooh, the bond market just got flipped upside down. That's what makes people pay attention. What makes people laugh is the word boycott. That makes people laugh. Boycotts. You know what I'm saying? Try adult cotting for once. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, shout out to Maine, Al Sharpton Special, facts. Shout out to Detroit 313, DEI hires, facts. Facts. You know what I'm saying? This is how you play for real. You know what I'm saying? This is how you play for real. China and other parties are dumping their holdings as a retaliatory tool. You know what I'm saying? Either way, the short term is downright scary, with Treasury selling off this aggressively in line with equities and market dislocations popping up all over the place, added Brown. Now, this is what's contributing to that S&P 500 volatility, right? Because the S&P 500 is more volatile than it has been, you know, in a long time, right? Now, here's what else is popping. The U.S. dollar is weakening, right? And it's a lot of people, oh, yeah, you know, the U.S. dollar weakening. You know what I'm saying? You're not helping the U.S. dollar weaken. You know what I'm saying? Like the people that's praising and happy that the U.S. dollar is weakening. Let me just rain some brimstone on your parade. You're not part of that group that's weakening the U.S. dollar. You know what I'm saying? Not part of the group that's weakening the U.S. dollar. You know what I'm saying? So why people are cheerleading it is beyond me, because if you're not part of the group that's weakening the U.S. dollar, guess what? Those U.S. dollars that you have are being weakened, which means that you're getting broke as a result of this. So there's really no reason for you to be cheering unless you just don't understand anything, which is a highly probable situation. You know what I'm saying? U.S. dollar weakens as de-dollarization becomes real and, frankly, scary prospect. Now, we've been talking about de-dollarization for a very long time. And one of the things that we've been saying as far as de-dollarization goes is that you need to protect your purchasing power, right? How many people remember me saying that? You need to protect your purchasing power. We talked about the consumer price index and purchasing power parity and all this, but it's not important, though. It's not important. You would think that stuff like this is important to broke people, but it's not. You know what I'm saying? It's not. You know what I'm saying? It's not. So now it's time for people to go through it. U.S. dollar weakens as de-dollarization becomes real and, frankly, a scary prospect. Now, you know, if you got your assets diversified, it's probably not as scary to you as it would be to other people, right? It's not scary. Let me ask y'all this. How many people are scared of U.S. de-dollarization? I'm not scared of U.S. de-dollarization because I de-dollarized a long time ago. Ever since Bitcoin came around, I started de-dollarizing. You know what I'm saying? I keep the minimum amount of cash and fiat currency that I can and the maximum amount of cryptocurrency that I can. But remember, cryptocurrency is a scam. Now, you know, something that loses value over time, and then, you know, the companies that you work for stop giving you a raise. To me, that sounds like the scam. To me, that sounds like the scam. But I'm not part of the plantation platoon. You know what I'm saying? So I don't just think, you know, somebody wave $1 in my face. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't do anything for me. You know what I'm saying? So now here it says the dollar has fallen 0.7% today, making its 5th straight day of decline. Now, mind you, you see the date on this article, right? Monday, the 14th, April 2025. That's today. Now, let me ask you guys this question. Again, everybody that's making the tariff content, all the new economic experts that popped up out of the clear blue sky, how come they're not talking about what's going on with the dollar? All the fall of Babylon people, where y'all at? We deal with a bunch of idiot peers. If you guys would agree, we deal with a bunch of idiot peers. Give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. The 80-20 rule is one of the most accurate rules that there is. 80% of the people that we come into contact with, that we deal with, that we interact with, have absolutely zero value. They are completely useless. They're just NPCs and carcasses walking around, and their only purpose is to be exploited. And 20% of us are actually functional. You know what I'm saying? And if you ask me, there needs to be a divide. There needs to be a divide. There needs to be classes. And honestly, ironically, the world has kind of had a diffusion, right? To where that's occurred in a way, right? And people don't like it, but it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? So now here it says the dollar has fallen 0.7% today, marking its 5th straight day of decline as markets continue to reassess the currency's position in the global economy. So the dollar is going through a repricing period, a price discovery phase, not a good one either, a downside price discovery stage. The DXY index, which tracks the dollar's value against a basket of currencies, dropped to its lowest in 3 years in trading today. The dollar index has now fallen more than 4% since Trump's quote-unquote Liberation Day at the start of April, as investors sell their U.S. assets over fears around the country's growth prospects. Now, again, we saw this happen with DeepSeek, right? And there's just more and more and more and more and more and more and more that keeps reiterating this point, okay? In comments on Friday evening, President Trump insisted that the dollar would always remain the currency of choice. Now, here's my question. If the dollar remains the currency of choice, why then are we looking to create a quote-unquote Bitcoin strategic reserve? If the dollar, listen, if the dollar is the asset of choice, then stand on dollars. If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. The dollar, if the dollar is the asset of choice, then I should be able to hold dollars and get everything that I get from holding Bitcoin. If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. If the dollar is the asset of choice, why aren't states coming up with legislation to create strategic dollar reserves? Not only is the telecommunications infrastructure in the United States outdated, the financial infrastructure in the majority of the world is outdated as well. And the evidence that the financial infrastructure of the majority of the world being outdated is the race to create Bitcoin strategic reserves. We just read the article yesterday that said that 25% of S&P 500 companies will have Bitcoin as a balance sheet asset. All of these countries want Bitcoin as a balance sheet asset, and it's because the United States, for the most part, in many cases, is outdated. The dollar is outdated. Printing money as a liquidity injection is outdated. And to hedge against the risk of dollars being worthless, the United States and other countries are now looking to have a Bitcoin strategic reserve. A Bitcoin strategic reserve, something that you all were told to stay away from by YouTubers and other people who claim to have your best interest in mind. You know what I'm saying? These are the things that aren't supposed to happen. However, Michael Brown, senior research strategist at Pepperstone, said that there was a risk of moving away from a decades-long period of U.S. dollar and U.S. hegemony. Now, how many people remember the letter that Larry Fink wrote his investors? And we read it the other day. If you guys remember that, give me a thumbs up. If you guys don't remember that, give me a thumbs down. In BlackRock's letter to their investors, what did Larry Fink say? What did Grayscale say to their investors? Brown did note that there was currently no alternative to the dollar as a reserve currency, and that the tariffs that shook the dollar confidence last week have been temporarily paused. Now, here's the thing, right? Let me ask you guys this question. How many people would call the tariffs weaponization of the dollar? If you guys would call it the tariffs weaponization of the dollar, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would not call them that, then give me a thumbs down. The rest of the world sees that. The rest of the world sees that. So now here it says, however, the incoherence with which economic policy is being made, coupled by the credibility erosion caused by President Trump's constant U-turns and governing by tweet modus operandi, is clearly more than a few jitters, the strategist said. Fundamentally, even though the ridiculous reciprocal tariffs have been paused for now, the prospect of those levies being imposed again will continue to linger. U.S. dollar was hit by China tariffs. All right. In a research note on Friday, ING analysts explained that one reason for the sharp decline in the dollar was Trump's increasingly large tariffs on China. Now, shout out to Win Loser Rug. What's good with it, bro? Facts. It's 100% economic warfare. It's 100% economic warfare. So now the thing is that there's a lot of different damages that have been caused. And one of the damages that people now see is that this is what the United States will do to you, which is, there's plenty of examples of that, right? And this is what dealing in only dollars can do. So, you know, a lot of these countries, right? A lot of these countries are starting to stack Bitcoin as a U.S. protection mechanism. Russia's been doing it forever. Russia's been doing it forever. You know what I'm saying? So now here it says, as the U.S. will likely be unable to make immediate substitutes for many of the goods it buys from China, this will cause even greater inflationary risks for the dollar. Now, I want to ask you guys this question. All of the tariffs that Trump is putting on China and all this, where can we get these where can we substitute and get these products? Where can we get these products at? Can we manufacture them here? So now here's the thing, right? It don't matter who the president is. It don't matter if the president is Biden. It don't matter if the president is Trump. The best way for you to be able to control your purchasing power is to make sure that you store your money in assets that are least likely to be affected by politics. Because unless you have a business conglomerate that is extremely liquid with a lot of money and a lot of power, or unless you have a WS level of cultural cohesion, you don't really have any say in how any politician moves, even if you voted for him. Shout out to Detroit 313. Facts, just like Robin Hood. So this is why people should have been buying gold. If you had been buying gold over the last 3 or 4 years, gold is at an all-time high. But again, look, these are geopolitical issues, right? Geopolitical issues, right? Now you remember when everybody was all like, you know what I'm saying? Everybody was messing with Tesla and Figaro. Everybody was like, oh yeah, you know, Tesla, you know what I'm saying? Like she be putting it down, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, Tesla, you know what I'm saying? She be representing. Remember when they was doing all that? What did Tesla say? She said, black people don't have time for geopolitics. Remember she said that? If you guys remember, Tesla and Figaro saying that black people don't have time for geopolitics, give me a thumbs up. If you don't remember her saying that, give me a thumbs down, because she said it for sure. Now, it seems like a bunch of people just can't stop talking about the tariffs. I thought we didn't have time for that. You know what I'm saying? I thought we didn't have time for geopolitics. Shout out to Win Loser Rug. Win Loser Rug said, bro, her opinion aged horribly. You being nice, because that's not the only thing that aged horribly, right? But this is what I'm saying, man. These people are all clowns, man. These people are all clowns. They sit there and tell you what you're not supposed to be worried about, what you are supposed to be worried about. Hey, listen, if black people allegedly, quote unquote, don't have time for geopolitics, why is everybody talking about the tariffs then? I know a bunch of people are not invested in Bitcoin, so they're not really caring about it from that standpoint, right? So what's everybody's interest all the time? I'm gonna tell you, listen, the YouTube algorithm is a computer coded ATM machine. And whatever is popping in the algorithm, people will make that the conversation of choice just to get a couple bucks. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Win Lose a Rug. Win Lose a Rug said that's all they know is tariffs. When sanctions have been imposed and have a much bigger effect, people just like to parrot what they hear. Facts. Facts. Shout out to Detroit 313. Detroit 313 said Tesla says she's a big dog that eats. You know what I'm saying? But hey, look, check. She said that. She said that, right? She said that. Now, look, when you go back and say things that a lot of these people said, they just riding off into the sunset. Mad. Why'd you say that? Why you say that? Why you bring that up? You know what I'm saying? Now, look, they say, I don't want to go there. I'm not even gonna go there. But that's what they do, though, man. She said that. That was the best. You know what I'm saying? Like, that was what she had for you on the Breakfast Club. She had that for you on the Breakfast Club. You need some advice? Here goes some advice, man. We ain't got time for geopolitics. How you know what we got time for? I ain't got time for the Breakfast Club. I don't have time for bullshit. You know what I'm saying? That's what I don't have time for. I don't think that geopolitics is bullshit. I think that geopolitics is extremely important now that we live in a globally interconnected world. You know what I'm saying? But again, I'm not somebody that's stuck in 1960. A lot of these people stuck in 1960. Wake up. It's 2025. You know what I'm saying? When are people going to wake up and understand that you are presently living in the future of your delusional state that you've been in? It's not 1960 anymore. Don't nobody care about half the shit that people be popping online. You know what I'm saying? Making videos for people's grandmothers and shit. Facts. Shout out to Win Lose a Rug. They are their own issue. Bro, they worse. They own issue. They own issue. The 80-20 principle holds true. The only future for many of these people is to be purged or to be exploited. And hey, listen, you know what I'm saying? Shout out to me, shout out to everybody in the chat. We are going to be the exploiters. Whether you're getting flushed out, right? And we're going to exploit you getting flushed out. We buy up everything that you just sold on the low. Or you want to be a crash test dummy so we could look at how you crashed out and move a little bit more safer than you. It is what it is. It is what it is. If people wish to be comfortable in incompetence, then understand how uncomfortable people will be when they're faced to deal with actual competence. That's where we are right now. That's where we are right now. You know what I'm saying? The biggest benefit, look at this. The biggest beneficiary of this decline in the dollar has been the euro, rising 5% since Liberation Day, as it is widely seen as one of the few available to absorb any exodus from U.S. assets. People are dumping U.S. assets at alarming rates. It does seem that the European Central Bank officials are keen to the market as the euro is a strong alternative to the dollar at the moment, noted ING analysts. Meanwhile, the pound has struggled to match the performance of some other currencies due to the UK's high exposure to the strength of the global economy, but it is still up 2% against the dollar over the last 2 weeks. Now, I want to ask you guys this question. In this market, right? In this market, shout out to Caldona. What's good with it, Caldona? In this market, bonds, US dollar, and safe assets are performing like cryptocurrency, like how they said cryptocurrency performs. You know what I'm saying? Ain't that something? That's something, isn't it? Now look at this. Yeah, the exploiters coming to take advantage at a theater near you this summer. Facts. With the soundtrack, Old Ninjas. Black Light Records. You know what I'm saying? If you don't want a whole bunch of bottles of baby oil involved with your videos, you know what I'm saying? You know where to come holla at. Look at this. The market has lost faith in U.S. assets. I wouldn't go as far as to say that that's an absolute statement, but it's a situation that's going on currently because, as we know, people will buy back these U.S. assets. Shout out to Detroit 313. Detroit 313 said Tesla also said she's a bedroom monster devouring her victims to gain 300 pounds each. Look, check this out, bro. How come when these people say crazy stuff like this, no one ever runs it back? Like, yo, remember this person said this? They just get protection. They just get protected. Like, you know, we just gonna make a bunch of videos. Hey, nah, man. Like, look, hey. I told people, you know what I'm saying, about Tesla in the same way I told people about Jasmine Crockett. You know what I'm saying? When they're not, we have to stop asking questions. Like, we got to stop saying like when people gonna get it. They're not ever gonna get it. They don't want to get it. And we live amongst a bunch of ciphers in the Matrix. Everybody knows everything. You know, you can't talk to anybody because everybody know more than you. Right? Everybody know more than you. But then at the same time, they know so much. They know so much that literally there's never any change. That's how much they know. That's what we deal with on a daily basis, man. This is incompetent clowns that we deal with on a daily basis. These complete idiots. You know what I'm saying? It's disgusting. It's one of the reasons why I be taking them little mini vacations from YouTube. I can't with it. I cannot with the idiocy. You know what I'm saying? It's ridiculous. I can't with the nonsense. I can't with the cheerleading. You know what I'm saying? I can't with the crying. It's just crying all the time. Everybody just, let's take us. Anybody want to go in the deep end of the tier pool and ride on a raft? Like, I can't with that nonsense. I can't. So just sitting up there crying about something. There's always something to cry about. You know what I'm saying? Bro, it's repulsive, man. It is repulsive. And people, shout out to my man Carlton calling out the strange flexes. People do it like it's some type of flex. People do it like it's some type of flex. You know what I'm saying? It's corny. It's ridiculous. It's not going to do anything. It's not going to change anything. People need to be out here getting money. And people don't even know how to get money. Like, I don't understand it. You know what I'm saying? At the very least, try. Make an effort. Do something. What did Smokey's mom say? Cook or clean? Or what did Smokey say to his mom? Cook or clean or do something? That's what people need to do. Cook or clean or do something. You know what I'm saying? Everybody just sitting up here crying. Hey, look. Hey, keep crying then. Keep crying. Everybody wooing. Don't get me started, man. Don't get me started. People ought to be ashamed of themselves. They ought to be ashamed of themselves. Actual shame. Actual shame. You know what I'm saying? Like, people have amassed massive resources to produce nothing. It's wild. Yeah, look, yeah. Shout out to Detroit 313. Right now, they're talking about higher taxes and high egg prices, and are completely clueless as to why any of this going on. Now, you know, how can you make a how can somebody make a blanket statement, quote unquote, black people don't have time for geopolitics? I mean, how could you make that statement? Sitting there sounding like a complete and utter idiot. But then the hypocrisy of people, they supported that. You know what I'm saying? People made Tesla great. So, you know what I'm saying? Like this is people's choice of what they want to make great versus what they don't want to make great. You know what I'm saying? That's it. That's what it is. A remarkable sell-off in the U.S. dollar and treasuries suggests global markets have lost faith in American assets. How long have we been warning people about this very situation? Now, look, check this out, right? I want to ask y'all this question. How many people have heard people lying, everybody going around saying their 401ks went down to zero? Your 401k didn't go down to zero. You had zero 401k. You don't even have a 401k. Half these people don't even have a 401k. Now they're saying their 401ks went down to zero. No one's 401k went down to zero. As bad as this situation is with the dollars and as bad as this situation is with the bonds, even they didn't go down to zero. Your 401k didn't go down to zero. What happened with your 401k was that you cleared it out more than likely. But nobody's 401k went down to zero. Whose 401k went down to zero? Where's the statement of this 401k that went down to zero? Right. Shout out to Windless and Rugg. Right. The market hasn't gone anywhere. It hasn't gone anywhere. But people out here say that their 401ks went down to zero. No one's 401k went down to zero. For that to happen, like an entire mutual fund or an entire money market had to have gone to completely zero. Like it had to just evaporate into dust. And then depending on what it was, some people would have bought it all up as soon as it went to zero. So it wouldn't even have stayed at zero. It would have been at least a penny or something. But it didn't happen. Like people would just say anything. My 401k went to zero. No, you don't have a 401k. That's why your 401k says zero, because you don't have one. It's non-existent. These people are clowns. You know what I'm saying? These people are clowns. And clowns belong at a circus. They don't need to be taken serious. They belong at a circus with big red noses and floppy McDonald's shoes, all riding in a car that's the size of a Hot Wheel with about 30 of them in it. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Detroit 313. Detroit 313 said the stock market is still bullish during the whole 5 years when 10 trillion has dropped. Absolutely, bro. It's just like you know, it's been a lot of Bitcoin liquidations and a lot of crypto liquidations and ETFs liquidating. Every time something liquidates, either the people that liquidate it buy it back at the price they just forced it down to, or other people come in and buy it. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, exactly. Shout out to Cameron. The market always goes up. It always goes like it's a. And again, this is what I'm saying about how like the content and the streams, it turns into like you're just doing the same content all the time. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm just doing the same live stream over and over and over again. We talked about this during the Ukraine situation. Look, imagine this. Imagine if people had a held, you know what I'm saying, like had a held steady and did the strategies that we was talking about during the Ukraine situation. You know how much money people will have? People will be doing so good. But that's the secret, y'all. This is the secret. The secret is none of these people want to do good. And when I say do good, I'm not talking about whatever people assume is ethical or moral. I'm talking about getting in a good position for yourself. No one wants to do it. What we're looking at, we are witnessing the equalization. We're witnessing the great reveal. The great reveal is that everybody just wants to get treated nicely. Everybody wants to aggressively demand. They want to sound as tough as they possibly can. They want to aggressively demand to be part of the in crowd. You know what I'm saying? That's all they want. They just want to be treated nice. They just want to be treated. You know what I'm saying? They just want to be treated. We just want to be treated nice. There is no treating nice. There's no such thing as treating nice. I don't understand when people gonna get that. They're not gonna get it. Shout out to Catsy. What's good with it, Catsy? Make sure y'all show Catsy some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat for Catsy for standing on business for 24 months.
I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business.
Shout out to Win Loser Rug. Win Loser Rug said they seem to not know that these institutions are making money on the down. They don't know what short is, and it's okay. But damn, exactly. Let me ask y'all this question. Do y'all think that BlackRock is not buying Ethereum at $1,500, $1,600? Do y'all think that that's not happening? Do you think that they're not buying HBAR at 16 cents? They're not buying Cardano under $1. They're not buying Ripple under $3. They're not buying a Bitcoin under 100,000. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. If you guys agree with Catsy, give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree, give me a thumbs down. Yeah. Shout out to Detroit 313. Facts. They are. Absolutely. Absolutely. How many people heard about NVIDIA? Shout out to Carlton. Carlton said he know who ain't buying. Who ain't buying, bro? Who ain't buying? Oh, man. Who ain't buying? Somebody better say it before Carlton. Oh, man. We know who ain't buying. That's right. You know what I'm saying? A remarkable sell-off in the dollar and U.S. Treasuries suggests global markets have lost faith in American assets and risks sparking an outright financial war that could force the Federal Reserve into another round of quantitative easing. Deutsche Bank's top FX analyst warned. Now, this is important. This is important, right? Why is this important? When they say this could force the Federal Reserve into another round of quantitative easing, what is that going to do to the market? What's that going to do to the market? In a wide-ranging note on Wednesday, George Saravelos said that the speed of concurrent falls in the dollar, U.S. equities, and government bond was unprecedented, and there was little to suggest that it would remain orderly. So as a result of this kind of stuff going on, what are people doing to try to protect their purchasing power? What are people doing to try to protect their purchasing power? We are witnessing a simultaneous collapse in the price of all U.S. assets, including equities, the dollar versus alternative reserve foreign FX, and the bond market, he wrote. We are entering uncharted territory in the global financial system. Right? Yeah. Facts. If you guys agree with Cameron, give me a thumbs up. The value of the dollar is dropping, so print billions. Now, if the value of if the value of the dollar is dropping and millions of dollars are being printed, what will that do to the price of Bitcoin? Look at this. Saravelos, Deutsche Bank's global head of FX research, argued that equities falling in parallel to the dollar, and U.S. government bonds suggested that global markets had lost faith in U.S. assets and were seeking refuge from the fallout elsewhere. And I'm going to tell you right now, that right there is what is causing gold to be at an all-time high, and is also what's creating the new floor of between $75,000 and $85,000 for Bitcoin. Yeah, I gotta agree. Shout out to Cameron, shout out to Catsy, shout out to Detroit, shout out to Win, Lose, or Rug. All of those, I agree with all of those. Since April 3rd, America's blue chip index, the S&P 500, has fallen as much as 12%, with more losses expected when U.S. markets open on Wednesday. Okay. The strategist added that the rout across all U.S. asset classes could compel the country's central bank, the Federal Reserve, to take drastic action to stem the across-the-board collapses up to and including another round of quantitative easing. The monetary policy tool, whereby central banks buy government bonds to keep the assets price up and yields down, would be applied in a way redolent of the Bank of England in 2022. Then the UK central bank launched an asset purchase facility to prevent the worst fallout from the Liz Truss-induced LDI crisis of 2022. Saravellos, who in a note before so-called Liberty Day warned the dollar risked losing its safe haven status, wrote, while we suspect the Fed could be successful in stabilizing the market in the short term, we would argue that there is only one thing that can stabilize some of the more medium-term financial shifts that have been unleashed: a reversal in the policies of the Trump administration itself. Now, again, why is this important? Is this not similar to what BlackRock CEO Larry Fink and what Grayscale said? This is we haven't had a chance to look at the Grayscale memorandum, but we will. We will. I promise you guys, before I go on my next little hiatus, you know what I'm saying? We will definitely look at that. All right. The strategist added the Fed would be more likely to deploy the emergency measure if the trade war shifted to an outright financial war between U.S. and China, because the two countries can't erect much higher trade barriers. All right. So now let me ask you guys this question. Are we about look at this? See, we're gonna have to we're gonna have to take a quick, we're gonna have to do a headline cruising real quick. Both countries have rapidly ramped up levies on commerce between each other in the past 24 hours, crippling the feasibility of trade between the two countries. Tariffs on trade between China and the U.S. are currently at 104% and 80% respectively. All right. The impasse could lead Donald Trump and Chinese Premier Xi Jinping to reach for other financial levers, Saravellos warned, adding, with 100% plus tariffs on China, there is little room left now for escalation on the trade front. All right. So again, basically, like what this is saying is that they've already punched as hard as they can. They already hit them with the infinity gauntlet. So now where do we go from here? Look, shout out to Carlton. Carlton said, Rob, you took time off, and as you can see, things have not changed. Bro, facts. Look, that's what I said. And look, check it. If you watch my old live streams is just like cartoons from the 1980s. They still relevant today. It's the same thing. You think you was watching the stream that just for some stuff that just happened yesterday. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, it gets to the point, and I feel like I'm not doing y'all a service, but it feels like you get to the point where you just are repeating the same live streams all the time. And it's not about the content creation. You know, we can add new jokes and come up with new phrases and all of that, but the events that are taking place in the world are redundant and pattern oriented, and they all repeat in a cycle. They all repeat in a cycle. You know what I'm saying? So now here it says the next phase risks being an outright financial war involving Chinese ownership of U.S. assets, both on the official and private sector front. Now, that's an interesting place to be, right? That's an interesting place to be. Now, we're going to take a look at this real quick. Shout out to everybody watching. I appreciate you guys. If you guys have not smashed that like button yet, please do me a favor. Take a moment. Smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, please take a moment. Hit that bell. And also, please share the stream to your social media. Look at this. Could Trump's tariff war turn crypto into a safe haven asset? It's not going to be Trump's war that does that, but we already know that cryptocurrency is a risk hedge, right? We already know it's a risk hedge. Yeah, shout out to Brooklyn Queen. See, Brooklyn Queen said 100. That's the fact. Check the archives, y'all. Check the archives. And look, I'm telling you, I am extremely consistent. I'm extremely consistent. Now, shout out to Win Lose a Rug. We're gonna talk about Arthur Hayes. All right. We're gonna talk about your boy Arthur Hayes. This is what your boy Arthur Hayes said. Buy everything as Bitcoin enters up-only mode amid Fed liquidity signals. Now, are the Fed liquidity signals the quantitative easing injection? Didn't I tell y'all to wrap that tourniquet around your arm real tight, squeeze the air bubbles out of that syringe, and just shoot it in there slow. Shoot that liquidity in there slow. And then let your eyes roll into the back of your head like like Pookie on New Jack City. Oh man, that Bitcoin it just keep calling me. You know what I'm saying? Buy everything as Bitcoin enters up only mode amid Fed liquidity signals. All right. Arthur Hayes, and you know this is always important, right? This is always important. So we got to make this announcement. Arthur Hayes, a black man, right? we right. Right, we gotta make it. We gotta make that announcement. Arthur Hayes, co-founder of BitMEX and a black man. You know what I'm saying? Co-founder of BitMEX believes recent signals from the Federal Reserve suggest a potential liquidity injection that could benefit Bitcoin. Hayes points to rising bond yields and global economic stress, including U.S.-China tariff tensions, as triggers for possible central bank intervention. All right. Now, this is extremely interesting. Right? This is extremely interesting. The BitMEX co-founder believes this environment presents an ideal time to accumulate crypto assets in anticipation of a strong market rebound. Now, here goes my question. How many people agree with that? If you guys agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. Shout out to Win Lose a Rug. Win Lose a Rug said, Lith has no idea who bro is, and it's better that way. Yeah, facts, because it would just be so many of us out there making him proud, right? Right? Oh man, it would be so many of us out there just making him proud. You know what I'm saying? You know, because that's what we do, right? Hold on real quick. I gotta hit this alarm real quick. Shout out to y'all. If y'all haven't smashed that like button yet, please do me a favor. Take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, please take a moment, hit that bell. And also, please share the stream to your social media. Hold on real quick. We're going to do like this. Yeah, bro, facts. I agree. That's why, like, I say certain things, but at the same time, like, I keep it kind of, what I'm saying? I keep it at an even keel because, all attention ain't good attention. It's the same as the money. All money ain't good money. All attention ain't good attention.
Leadership is reacting to the Trump administration's latest tariff moves on technology. Let's bring in Eunice Yoon from Beijing. Eunice, good afternoon. Thanks, Kelly. Well, China messages indirectly as well. And just in the past hour, a social media account that is linked to Chinese state TV and is often followed here for its messaging on U.S.-China trade issues just posted. And it said that China needs to see real action from the U.S. before China agrees to negotiations. It also said that ignoring President Trump's tariff increases doesn't mean that China won't take other countermeasures. What's interesting is that the same account over the weekend had suggested what the next targets could be. The blogger had hinted that the Chinese people could reject American IP and American brands. And it said that it noticed that Walt Disney and Comcast, which owns CNBC, quote, have development and production businesses, theme parks, and consumer goods here. It also mentioned.
So now I want to ask y'all this question, right? And it's funny because it's a different video. It's the same video, but they had it titled different. Now, let me ask you guys this question. What other countries besides China have U.S. bonds or have U.S. reserve assets that they could cash out? That's my question for you guys. Let me see something. Hold on real quick. My bad, y'all. Let me just do that. There we go. Yeah, make that so y'all can see it. All right. So in an April 11th post on X, Hayes suggested that investors consider broad exposure to the crypto markets as central banks show signs of stepping in to stabilize the system. Hayes sees market stress as a cue to buy Bitcoin. Now, let me ask you guys this question. People who are thinking like Arthur Hayes, are those the people who are holding the Bitcoin price up at between $75,000 and $80,000? If they are, give me a thumbs up. If they are not, then give me a thumbs down. Shout out to Win Loser Rug. Win Loser Rug said, now I've noticed a slew of attacks on black individualists / black capitalists. They always looking for somebody to attack, somebody other than WS. You know what I'm saying? Somebody other than WS. You know what I'm saying? Whether it's Tethers, you know what I'm saying? Whether it's a black individualist, you know what I'm saying? They always looking for somebody to attack other than the people that they claim are the enemy. You know what I'm saying? It's a circus, bro. It's a circus. And the only thing that a clown can do is blow a horn at you and you just keep it pushing. And that's all they do is blow horns and probably, you know what I'm saying, blow other things. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Katsy. Katsy said, I think it's Japan, Canada, UK, maybe Saudi Arabia. Yeah. Shout out to AB. Japan, facts. If I'm not mistaken, Japan is the second largest holder of U.S. bonds. You know what I'm saying? The second largest holder of U.S. bonds. Hayes previously pointed to rising bond yields, particularly the 10-year Treasury rate climbing above 4.5% as a potential trigger for government intervention. He argued that such pressure could force the Fed to inject fresh liquidity, creating favorable conditions for risk assets, especially Bitcoin. According to Hayes, this scenario could lead to a prolonged upward move in crypto and broader markets. Now, let me ask you guys this question. How many people agree with that analysis? If you guys agree with that analysis, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. Shout out to Win Loser Rug. Win Loser Rug said, I'm going to put some of this nonsense in the Discord. Yeah, you should. You should. I should start reacting to. We should start doing. We should fire the Reacts podcast back up and start roasting some of that stuff. I've asked this question for a long time. You know my stance on it, Cameron. Shout out to Cameron. Cameron says, quote unquote, is Bitcoin really a risky asset? Or is Bitcoin really a risk asset? Right. Now, you know, people have repeated that Bitcoin is risky, you know, and they've been repeating that, you know, Bitcoin is so volatile. And the difference is it's a lot different of what people repeat versus what's actually shown in reality, right? There's a big difference between what people repeat versus what's actually shown in reality. Now, here's my question. When it comes to classifying Bitcoin as a quote-unquote asset, risk asset, whatever you might want to do, in reality, what does reality show about Bitcoin is my question. Let me know what y'all think. So now here it says the Fed's stance appears to support this view. Susan Collins, president of the Boston Federal Reserve, recently told the Financial Times that while markets are still functioning properly, the Fed stands ready to act if liquidity becomes strained. Now, you know, we could take a look at this. We could take a look at this Financial Times article at some point. I'm going to just put it over there. Let me see. Let me see something real quick. I thought I had a subscription to Financial Times. Real quick, if you guys haven't smashed the like button yet, do me a favor. Take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, please take a moment, hit that bell. And also, please share the stream to your social media. Let me see. Yeah, thought so. I was about to say, I thought I had a subscription to Financial Times. Yeah, we'll take a look at this. Yeah, right. Exactly. Shout out to Cameron. So she meant print money. Facts. That's exactly what she meant. She meant print money. So they're going to print more money, which means that if all you're holding is dollars, your purchasing power is going to go down. That's what that means. Congratulations. Right? Collins emphasized that the central bank has tools in place to ensure market stability if disruptions emerge. Now, what are these tools? However, she stressed that the rate cuts are not the Fed's first line of defense, as other tools are available to quote-unquote stabilize financial markets when needed. Okay, so we need to talk about what these tools are and what other effects they have. You know what I'm saying, right? Because Tylenol is a tool, you know, if you have a headache, but if you take too much of it or if you got a bad liver, you know, it could cause more harm than you just sitting through the headache. You know what I'm saying? The core interest rate tools we use for monetary policy is not the only tool in the toolkit and probably not the best way to address challenges of liquidity or market functioning, she said. These developments come at a time when the global economy is already under stress. President Donald Trump's new wave of tariffs has added fresh uncertainty to the financial markets. Look, that uncertainty is fresh. It's wrapped in saran wrap. You know what I'm saying? It's dated 4/14/2025, and it's right in there with the produce, with the celery, you know what I'm saying, and the cilantro and the cabbage and all of that. It's just fresh, freshly produced market volatility. You know what I'm saying? Though the administration paused its new tariff schedule for 90 days, it sharply increased duties on Chinese goods to 145%. China has since responded with its own tariff hikes, lifting rates on American imports from 84% to as much as 125%. These tit-for-tat measures have raised fear of an inflation spike in the U.S., along with possible job losses and weaker economic growth. Wall Street has already experienced a significant sell-off, and U.S. Treasury markets are showing signs of strain. I would say they're showing a little bit more than signs of strain. You know what I'm saying? Meanwhile, despite the short-term suspension of new trade penalties, underlying tension remains high. For Hayes, however, look at this. The combination of macro stress and central banks' interventions present a clear signal. This may be the moment to accumulate assets before the tide turns. If you guys would agree, then give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, then give me a thumbs down. Now, again, a lot of the financial videos, a lot of the financial media, for the most part, is saying the same thing. Now, I want you guys to pay attention to how Bitcoin has been moving. Okay? Pay attention to how Bitcoin has been moving throughout all of this. Bitcoin's 10% weekly gain amid worrying U.S. economic data shows crypto trader sentiment shift. Yeah, shout out to, that's a great idea. Shout out to Carlton. Carlton says, I'm stacking before all those ETFs go through. Yeah. Yeah. Anything, yeah, anything that's got an ETF that's about to go through, I would try to get as much of it as you can. You know what I'm saying? Get life-changing amounts. You should always be looking at what you buy in terms of, especially if it's crypto, I need this to be a life-changing amount if it goes to $1. You should always be looking at your buys like, I need this to be a life-changing amount if it goes to $1. You know what I'm saying? Bitcoin 7-day strength coupled with the return of margin and spot traders suggest a powerful rally is in the making. Now, you guys can see this headline on the side here. Bitcoin eyes 100,000 by June. Now, you know, if Bitcoin goes to 100,000, we've already been there. Where is everything else going? Now, here's the thing, right? This is one thing that people should start to be a little bit more cognizant of, a little bit more privy to. And if you ask me, like, people really should kind of stop with this kind of thing, right? Bitcoin going to $100,000 is not an automatic guarantee that other cryptocurrency are going to follow suit. It's not an automatic guarantee. Bitcoin might go to $100,000, but something else might tank. Bitcoin's price activity is not a guarantee of upward movement of every other cryptocurrency. It's not, you know, Bitcoin dictates a lot of the entire cryptocurrency market cap, but just because Bitcoin goes to $100,000 or $200,000 or $1 million, that don't mean that everything is going to necessarily go up. Yeah. Shout out to Katsy. That's facts. Katsy says almost everything else has plummeted to the deepest bowels of hell. Yeah. Yeah. Now look what Bitcoin did. While everything else was falling, Bitcoin was gaining. Look at Bitcoin today, $85,018. A key Bitcoin metric signaled a potential shift in its positioning after Bitcoin long-term holder realized cap surpassed $18 billion for the first time since September of 2024. Data from CryptoQuant indicated that this cohort has exhibited aggressive accumulation, which previously marked the Bitcoin bottom in Q3 of 2024. The LTH, the LIF, realized cap measures the Bitcoin cost basis of investors holding their allocations for 155 days or more. A sharp increase hints that these long-term holders are in an accumulation phase, parallel with bullish behavior. So as you guys can see, the whales are buying. Flush out gang is flushed out. You know what I'm saying? The flush out gang got flushed out. Okay. As illustrated in the chart, a spike in this metric has preceded bullish rallies in the past. Most recently, the LTH realized cap reached $18 billion on September 8th of 2024, after which Bitcoin registered 100% returns over the next few months. Another key confluence that matches the current bottom setup with September 2024 is a significant drop in open interest. Bitcoin's open interest reached an all-time high of 39 billion in July, but dropped by 25% by September. Similarly, Bitcoin's open interest dropped 28% between December 18th and April 8th. The concurrent rise in LTH realized cap and a leveraging wipeout strongly support the likelihood of a Bitcoin price bottom. And this is what we've been talking about. How many people remember those streams, the $88,000 Bitcoin streams? That's why those were so important. Look where we are right now. You know what I'm saying? Look where we are right now. However, Bitcoin's open interest has surged by nearly 10% in the past 24 hours, suggesting that the price action following this spike could offer better directional bias in the coming days. Bitcoin is building support at $79,000. And right now, I think that Bitcoin's support is actually even higher. I think it's higher than 79,000. I would say it's like 83,000, to be honest. You know what I'm saying? After forming a new yearly low at 74,500. Now, mind you, this again, do you guys remember what I was talking about the higher lows? This is the low. These are the higher lows that I'm talking about. These used to be the highs. Now they're the lows. That's what you want. You want the highs to be the lows. You know what I'm saying? After forming a new yearly low at 74,500 on April 7th, Bitcoin prices have rallied by almost 10% over the past 3 days. With respect to price levels below the $80,000 level, Glassnode data revealed that Bitcoin had established credible support at the $79,000 area. In an X post, the data analytics platform mentioned, looking at cost basis distribution, Bitcoin has built notable support at 79,000, with 40,000 Bitcoin accumulated there. It has also worked through the 82.08 thousand cluster, 51,000 Bitcoin. All right. So again, no one's selling their Bitcoin, and the Bitcoin that are on the exchanges is not really an accurate representation. A lot of exchanges, for real, might actually be lying about the Bitcoin that they got. You know what I'm saying? A lot of exchanges might actually be lying about the Bitcoin that they got. As illustrated in the April 6th through April 11th heat map, supply distribution highlights investor accumulation patterns. This follows Bitcoin's rally past 81,000, spurred by a 2.4% U.S. CPI rate and President Trump's 90-day tariff pause, with market sentiment leaning towards cautious optimism for a relief rally. Likewise, anonymous technical analyst Cold-Blooded Schiller noted a descending trend line for Bitcoin, with Bitcoin price testing a potential bullish breakout. Okay. So again, Bitcoin is performing, you know what I'm saying? Bitcoin is performing during all the market turbulence. Look, shout out to Carlton. Carlton said, I just bought $5 of Bitcoin a second ago. Every dollar counts. Bro, it does. It does. You know what I'm saying? And like I said, don't get flushed out. Now, how come people don't treat US dollars like how they treat Bitcoin? Can anybody answer that question for me? Why don't they treat US dollars like they treat Bitcoin? Somebody make it make sense. Look at this. Look at this right here. Bitcoin holds $82,000 as US falls to a 3-year low and PPI inflation drops sharply. We say the same thing every day. Why are we sitting here saying the same things every day? Somebody make it make sense. We're saying the same things every single day, and it gets redundant. It gets redundant. Developing bull market signals could continue to boost Bitcoin prices despite the tense atmosphere of the U.S. trade war. Bitcoin sought higher levels around the April 11th Wall Street Open as the week's final U.S. inflation data gave bulls hope. Now, look, shout out to Carlton, right? Because Carlton, you know what I'm saying? Carlton is our inside person that tells us what everybody else is talking about. Right? Carlton is our inside person that be telling us what everybody else is talking about. Now, listen, everybody else that's talking about the tariffs and the trade wars and get your popcorn, look what Trump is doing, right? Is anybody telling anybody how to buy assets and get rich? Or is everybody just saying this is what you should be scared of? We got to make fun of these people, man. That's what they there for, is to be made fun of. You know what I'm saying? We got to make fun of these people. You have to draw a line. You know what I'm saying? You have to draw a line. Shout out to Carlton. Carlton said, yep, that's me. We appreciate you, bro. Make sure y'all show Carlton some love. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Win, Lose, or Rug. Win, Lose, or Rug be doing the research too. You know what I'm saying? We got a lot of research. We got a lot of research people, man. We got DC Precise. We got Brooklyn Queen. AB Promotions. Carlton, Win, Lose, or Rug. Shout out to Carlton. Look, Carlton getting in his Neely Fuller bag. Carlton getting in his Neely Fuller book. Carlton getting in his Neely Fuller bag. He said, based on the evidence, I would say no. That's too bad. You know what I'm saying? Hey, you remember when Whistler said that to Blade? That's too bad. Oh man, did you get a line on them vampires? Blade was like, no. Whistler was like, that's too bad. Oh man. Shout out to Win, Lose, or Rug. Win, Lose, or Rug said, if you even mention buying assets, these people will go into full attack mode. Bro, they drool, foam, and drool coming out of their mouth. You know what I'm saying? Like, think about that, man. Like, think about that. Like, really sit down and ponder that. How wild that is. What's wrong with these people, man? What's wrong with them? They shout out to my man Grind and Motivate. They throwed off. They're a little bit throwed off. You know what I'm saying? This is what people should like. Could you imagine? Look at this. So check this out, right? With the financial system reforming itself and shifting and different things like that. Imagine if people had significant amounts of these assets. I mean, you saw like the way that the United States was forced to lean back, you know what I'm saying, by China with them bond sell-offs. Just imagine people could do that instead of just boycotting, whining that nobody would treat them nice. People got a problem with Diddy, you know what I'm saying, as if they against bending over. You know what I'm saying? That's all you know what I'm saying? That's all they give you instructions for. Bend over this way, bend over that way. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I would not disagree with you. Shout out to Catsy. Catsy said, F them. Why do they care? They just like being miserable and hostile. Yeah. And not addressing anything. The real anger is that people are angry that other people won't just solve their problems for them. That's what people that's the real root of a lot of this nonsense and fake outrage. Because a lot of these people know they dumb as hell. A lot of these people know they dumb as hell. A lot of these people know they can't fix their own problems. They can't fix their own problems. You know what I'm saying? They dumb as hell. They got no clue on how to do anything. None. And because they don't have no clue on how to do anything, they mad that somebody won't do some shit for them. You know what I'm saying? Everybody, the new wave is look, hey, the new wave is the celebration of Nick Fuentes. Didn't I tell you, man? Look, no one makes these people more relevant than the people that claim that they can't stand. Man, they celebrate Ann Coulter. They're gonna have an Ann Coulter Day. Look at this. Think about this. Look at this. These are the same people that got mad at Jesse Lee Peterson, right? They got mad at Jesse Lee for suggesting a White History Month, while they be making a White History Month all the time. All the time. They can't stop making White History Month. Now it's White History Month. April is Nick Fuentes month. Why you mad at Jesse Lee Peterson for suggesting doing what you aggressively do and then say that you don't do it? I don't understand. What month was it when it was Ann Coulter month? I mean, look, here go the thing. Look, me and TD got to start back to what makes a coon shit, right? Because look, all Jesse Lee Peterson did was suggest a White History Month. Other people actually made the shit happen. They materialized it. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying this is what they do. The celebration of Nick Fuentes. You know what I'm saying? The celebration of Nick Fuentes is wild. Now, you know they made Nick Fuentes great when he was on Just Pearly Things. You know what I'm saying? They made Nick Fuentes great when he was on Fresh and Fit. They made Ann Coulter great. They make all these people great. It's a whole market for who can offend the sensitive people, and even black people playing in that market. You know what I'm saying? You got, Officer Tatum and, you know what I'm saying? Like, Charleston White and people like that. It's a market of who can offend the sensitive people. Who can make the pig scream the loudest? Who can make the pig squeal the loudest? And whoever make the pig squeal the loudest, you know what I'm saying? Like the treasures and rewards that await you are endless. And the pigs just keep on squealing. They dumb as hell. Motherfuckers ain't very smart. You know what I'm saying? They keep making, you know what I'm saying? They keep making people that they claim. They keep making people that they claim they hate great. Think about this, bro. Like, look, think about this. I can sit here and tell you how to become a millionaire, and people won't make me great. Imagine if I went FBC. Imagine if I became a full-blown coon. The same people that say that they can't stand coons and make me great, they react to my videos. You know what I'm saying? They'll mention me every time they got an opportunity. Man, how stupid do you have to be? How dumb are these people, man? We gotta just keep asking that question. We gotta just keep asking that question. Like, these people done fell off. Like, they have fell off of the intelligence monitoring bottom. They down with like animal intellect, for real. And then we'll ask the validating question. Well, how this happen? How that happen? How this happen? How that happen? Man, look, I've been saying this since day one. I'm going to never stop saying it because it's never not going to be true. The world is correct. The world is the exact way that it's supposed to be. There is nothing out of place in the world right now. Shout out to AW1. AW1 said, "Do you have haters making videos?" No. Honest, look, I'm gonna be 100% honest with you. If I was doing other things, I would have people making videos. You know what I'm saying? But what I'm doing right now, ain't nobody making videos. You can't really have nobody making videos when people don't watch your content. You know what I'm saying? It wouldn't be no value. It's not any value in making a video reacting to somebody trying to help people get rich. Because that's not something that's popular. That's not what people want. It's more popular and more fashionable to be broke and to be poor, you know what I'm saying, than it is to be rich. You feel me? Shout out to AB. AB said Charleston White still my guy. Charleston White said, "Yo, did you see the new video, the new YouTube video him and Pootie made?" Oh man, look, listen. Oh man, I swear, like people got cultural diarrhea of the mouth, man. They just dumb. All you gotta do is just look at these videos. Look at the comment sections. These people are so stupid. Look at the comment sections. Look at any video. Look at the comment sections. Look at them. Look at the look at the video. Look at the Pootie video with Charleston White, and then look at the comments. You ain't even gotta say nothing. My question for people is, why do people waste their time fighting the battle for people that, you know what I'm saying, like for people that's what they turn around and do? Why be a soldier for an unappreciative nation? Everybody else got the hint. You know what I'm saying? Police officers feel like America don't support them no more, so they quit. U.S. military don't like the fact that they got all the, you know, weird operations, so they quit. You know what I'm saying? I've been seeing the light. I'm not about to be no soldier for hire for no unappreciative ass nation. You know what I'm saying? I ain't about to do it. You know what I'm saying? No one should do it. But some people convinced otherwise, you know what I'm saying? So, you know, let them be convinced otherwise. But I'm gonna keep it a buck. Not about to be no soldier for no unappreciative ass nation. I ain't doing that shit. And then you have to actually think, well, why be a soldier for this unappreciative ass nation when this unappreciative ass nation couldn't do shit to stop me from taking over it, and I could just rule it and make these sheep fight their own battles? That's where I'm at right now with it. Y'all, you got to see it, bro. I'm gonna put it in the I put it in the Facebook group, but I'm gonna put it in the Discord though. Yeah, bro. This is what I'm saying. They be in the comment section agreeing. And then to be in another video on the news and be mad that somebody's listen, I'm gonna tell you something. These people will say the worst. They will say the worst stuff about themselves and then turn around and get mad when somebody else say something. I can't deal with that type of hypocrisy, man. I can't get with that type of hypocrisy. This is insane. It's insane. Look, people will sit there and say they'll say crazy shit like, why we just be sitting up here killing each other? No one in the conversation that you're talking to has killed anybody. So who are you talking about when you say we? I'm pretty sure that most people in the comment section here have not killed anybody. But then these goofy brain dead fools just be sitting there in the comment section like, this is what we be doing. Nah, that's what I guess that's what you be doing. That kind of that is right along the same lines as Tesla and Figaro saying stupid shit like black people don't have time for geopolitics. You know what I'm saying? Right. Shout out to Carlton. Well, we are a monolith. Right. Facts. That's why they say we not a monolith, because we are. If the monolith doesn't exist, explain the Democrat voting numbers. Explain the Democrat voting numbers. Facts. Shout out to AB Promotions. Our people won't make us great. Facts. That's a fact. So you got to ask yourself the question, if your people won't make you great, are they actually your people? No. They're not. They're not. And that's why I don't believe in unity, and I never have. And this just reinforces it. Unity is for a bunch of people that don't want to pick up the slack because they're not competent in their individual ability. Yeah, shout out to Win Lose a Rug. They be all in the comments with 100 and facts. Yeah. Yeah. They ask dumb questions. Dumb questions. Just stupid questions, bro. Just stupid questions. You know what I'm saying? And they say stupid shit. And this is the reason why, if you ask me, this is why a line has to be drawn. This is why a line has to be drawn. You know what I'm saying? There cannot be unity with idiots. Idiots are there to be exploited by us and to be controlled by us. You know what I'm saying? You don't dirty your own rank by dealing with people who are below you. And the thing that we have to start acknowledging is that there are people who are below us. And the world teaches you not to think that way. The world teaches you, oh, well, you should have respect for people. Now, you shouldn't have anything for people except for observation. And what that observation that you have for people, with the data that you get from the observation, then you determine how you deal with those people. There are people that are below you. There are hierarchies, and hierarchies exist. And that's why in a world where hierarchies actually mean something and where it is actually acknowledged that there's people that are below you, this is why peak and optimal performance are necessary so that you can rightfully maintain your place on a hierarchy. If you are mediocre or if you are pathetically a peasant, you deserve to be at the bottom, period. And if people are happy and satisfied wallowing in their mediocrity, more power to them, I guess. Right? But a line has to be drawn. You know what I'm saying? A definitive, deep line has to be drawn. Shout out to Carlton. Carlton says some of these streamers have tens of thousands and hundreds of thousands of subscribers, and they won't even mention crypto because they're wrong. They've already mentioned it, and in the way that they've mentioned it, it was completely incorrect. And they have social media God complex. You know what I'm saying? They got social media God complex. I can just change reality and make things the way that I want them to be. Facts. Shout out to Katsy. Katsy said, I agree with that. I was saying that those of us with the high IQ defect could unite under a common goal. Facts. I'm not trying to be funny, but the common goal should be to manage and control the dangerous people of the world who are dumb. You know what I'm saying? And when I say dangerous, what I mean by dangerous is that they could possibly hurt us. You know what I'm saying? Because some stupidity is harmful, man. You know what I'm saying? It's harmful. And again, there should be a minimum level of tolerable intellect, a minimum level. And if you fall below that minimum level, you get you get reclassified. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Look, listen. Do you see how easy it is to keep look? All you got to do is just watch I'm telling you, the YouTube algorithm does not lie. It does not lie. It does not lie. It's so easy to keep people appeased. Yeah. Shout out to Carlton. Carlton says some of those streamers can say buy up all the Bitcoin and their subscribers would do it. That's a good thing and a bad thing, right? Because some of them people, they could tell them we all about to drive off of a cliff, and they would. They had a YouTube playing in their car on the Bluetooth and find the nearest cliff that they was on and just drive off it because they just that damn dumb. But at the same time, but that's like you could get all them dummies to do what you told them to do. If you really believe that, you could have your army of idiots do what you want them to do, and it would actually, you know what I'm saying, bring you closer to your goal. Listen, army of idiots, go buy up all the Bitcoin. Man, they would be all, people wouldn't know what was going on. It'd be like the episode of Chappelle's Show, except for, you know what I'm saying, with just a bunch of random Bitcoin wallets popping up, and somehow the liquidity of Bitcoin is down to only 40,000 Bitcoin because a bunch of unnamed wallets just decided to start buying all the Bitcoin. Michael Saylor be on TV pissed. This is what I'm saying. This is the proof that these people, it's all it's all fake, it's all phony, it's all fraudulent, it's all a fad, it's all lies. All these people. It's a thin line between being a pro-black and a coon. They all say the same shit. They just say it to a different audience. You know what I'm saying? When the last time they're the same people because they evolve. There's a loop of how they evolve and de-evolve into each other. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Katsy. Katsy said, I hate to say this, but MAGA is like that. The hardcore MAGA. Listen, man, listen, they the same. They the same. All of these people are all of them, they're all the same. They're all extremists. You know what I'm saying? They all looking for a way to act like somebody did something to them. They're all hopeless. None of them can do anything. It's no difference. You will see somebody struggle to do a stream reacting to Candace Owens, trying to talk around things that Candace Owens says because they said it all already, just with a little bit of bass in their voice, so that make it okay. We are amongst the most hypocrisy-friendly people in the entire world. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Katsy. Katsy said they're all victims, according to they all victims. Everybody's a victim. And my thing is, to anybody that wants to be a victim, if you want to be a victim, stand in line so that I can be your victimizer. Let me be your victimizer. Let me abuse you. You want to complain about some abuse? I'll give you some good shit to complain about. Come hither. Right? Come hither. You know what I'm saying? Let us abuse you good. And then you can go back and tell somebody about it. And I'll vouch. We can all vouch. Yeah, we did that. We messed them people up bad, didn't we? You know what I'm saying? That's how it is. Yeah, shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Tell them come hither. Come hither. You know what I'm saying? Slither hither. You know what I'm saying? Let me show you what if you're confused about abuse, come on over here. You know what I'm saying? Let me get you right on that. And then you can go tell somebody. You can go tweet about it. You know what I'm saying? They're all the same way. They are the same way. The entire human culture is becoming weak. Becoming weak. Like I said, most people will just sit there. They'll sit there and let themselves get deleted because they're pathetic. You know what I'm saying? It's I don't know what to say. Look at this. Web3 needs to be more human, and emotional AI is the answer. Like, I mean, are you serious? Yeah, we got you covered. We got you covered. You want to know what abuse is? Come get abused. You know what I'm saying? Come get abused. We dish out abuse. We dish out abuse to everybody because all abuse matters. You know what I'm saying? All abuse matters. Come let us give you something to cry about. You know what I'm saying? Let us give you something to cry about. You know? So yeah, data from Cointelegraph Markets Pro and TradingView showed Bitcoin US dollar reaching highs of 83,245 as U.S. producer price index data came in below expectations. The index came in at 2.7 versus the anticipated 3.3, while the core PPI print also surprised the downside. In an official news release from the Bureau of Labor Statistics added in March, over 70% of the decrease in the index for the financial demand can be traced to prices for final demand goods, which fell 0.9%. The index for final demand services declined 0.2%. All right. We saw the first month-over-month decline in PPI inflation, down 0.4% since March of 2024. It told its followers in part of a post on X. Risk asset performance, however, failed to reflect the notionally positive inflation developments. The S&P 500 was 0.2% lower on the day, while the NASDAQ Composite Index was flat. Now, this is the point, right? The point of this live stream is this. The assets that are traditional assets are behaving in a way that everyone was critical of cryptocurrency about. If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. Shout out to AB Promotions. AB said we equal opportunity abusers. Facts. We drawing that line. You want to be a victim? Come over here. We'll victimize you. Come over here so we can make you feel like shit because we know that's what you like. You know what I'm saying? We know that's what they like. But the thing that's interesting about it is that people don't like to acknowledge that they like to feel like shit. They like to gaslight and make it seem like they're trying to not feel this way. If I could just feel better. If I could just feel, nah, you don't want to feel better. You don't want to feel better. You know what I'm saying? You want to feel horrible. You just don't want anybody to admit, you know what I'm saying? You don't want anybody to find out that you a freak. that you a sadomasochist. You know what I'm saying? They don't want anybody to find out that they a freak. You know what I'm saying? They be getting off on pain and getting off on strife and getting off on feeling like shit. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Tia. What's good with it, Tia? They don't want anybody to know. They want to act like it's, oh, you know, I'm not supposed to be feeling. Nah, you put yourself in this situation to feel this way. People do it all the time. People love them toxic relationships. You know what I'm saying? They love the toxic relationships. And they do it because they like it. You don't believe me? Why does the genre of horror movies exist? Or stuff like bungee jumping and skydiving? You know what I'm saying? Because it gives people a controllable feeling of near death. See, like if you was in a shootout, that's not funny because you don't know if that's you know what I'm saying? You don't know if one of them bullets gonna hit you or not. But if you're bungee jumping or if you're skydiving, you feel like you about to be on the verge of death, but then you can control it by hitting that ripcord, or you know that bungee cord gonna snap back. People love it. They love it, and they liars. Love feeling like shit. They love the thrill. Let's watch a horror movie. Why? I don't like to go around scared, but let me watch this shit that's gonna scare the shit out of me. Oh man, they love it. They love it. You know what I'm saying? Everything is cool as long as it's got an off button. But then when there's no off button, that's when it's a problem, though. You know what I'm saying? And when there's no safety word, because the off button, you know, the bungee cord is the same as the safety word. You know what I'm saying? That's the safety word. Don't let me hit this concrete and splatter all over the place like somebody just dropped an egg. Let me hit this safety word real quick and I'll bounce back up. Let me pull this ripcord. Right. Shout out to Carlton. Carlton said it's like people are waiting for the next video of a non-black person kicking our butt just to react to. Bro, listen, it's whole entire genres of content that do nothing but that type of content on YouTube. They got white people that do the same thing. You know what I'm saying? Listen to Actual Justice Warrior. You listen to Actual Justice Warrior, you would think that black people was just dropping nuclear weapons all over the place. You know what I'm saying? You listen to some of these black content creators, you know what I'm saying? They like Pootie. They go to the most racist part of the United States and then be like, look, what happened to me? Racism. This is ridiculous. No one jumps inside of a lion cage and then says, I got bit by a lion. Feel sorry for me. Like, who does this shit? Who does it? You know what I'm saying? I jumped in this shark tank and the shark bit me on the ankle. I went to this racist area and I experienced racism. Like, come on, man. And we got to make 50 million videos about it. Ooh, see, I told you so. No one told anybody so. No one told anybody so. No one tells anybody anything because no one stands on anything. All everybody does is says, ooh, look, this is what happened. No one told anybody shit. You know what I'm saying? No one told anybody anything. Because no one can tell anybody anything. Shout out to Tia. Tia said crypto is gambling like stocks are. I love gambling. Look, it's actually skills. It's actually skills and patterns to be able to invest in crypto, you know what I'm saying, in a way that reduces a lot of the risk and the volatility so that it's less of a gamble. The only thing that really makes any type of investing a gamble is not so much the asset itself, but one, the way that the asset is integrated into the financial landscape, and two, the governments that have policies on handling the assets and how they can restrict or liquidate those assets. You know what I'm saying? So it's really not, to be honest, it's not really a lot of guesswork involved, to be honest. You know what I'm saying? People will make you believe that there's a lot of guesswork in it, but it's not really a lot of guesswork. There's what it is, to be honest, is more discipline, if you ask me. Discipline, pattern recognition, and patience. More so than quote unquote guesswork. If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. Man, this is hilarious though. We gotta this is hilarious. We gotta get on these rants. we gotta get on these rants more, because these rants be hilarious. You know what I'm saying? I'm about to try to start getting back to making some short form content too. I'm about to start trying to make some videos again. But we're gonna start talking about some more topics, more broad topics as well. In a month or two, when I feel like YouTubing again. So now here it says, as Cointelegraph reported, after stocks fell precipitously the day prior, despite bullish inflation numbers, commentators explained that macro data was helping fuel the ongoing U.S. trade war. Continuing, crypto trader, analyst, and entrepreneur Michael Van de Poppe saw a recent playing out post PPI. PPI comes in significantly lower. That's great for Trump and his strategy, he argued, referring to trade tariffs implemented by U.S. President Donald Trump. All right. So again, it's consistent with Bitcoin. You know what I'm saying? Like the signs are just bullish, more bullish, and more bullish. I gotta agree. Shout out, I agree 100%. If you guys agree with Tia, give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree, give me a thumbs down. Tia says, this is what makes math fun. Kids need to be introduced to it. Facts. If you ask me, real world application of mathematics is amazing. I mean, it's honestly, not only is it fun, it gives you an edge at certain things. You know what I'm saying? It gives you an edge at certain things. Real world application of math will definitely help you to be able to navigate this crypto this crypto landscape, this economic turmoil, and be able to come out with good investments and good gains. You know what I'm saying? And that's the whole idea. Now, see, again, I think we talked about this, but the Bollinger Band's creator is talking about this classic floor near $80,000. I've been saying this for a long time. You know what I'm saying? Another macro development failing to provide its standard risk asset tailwind came in the form of multi-layer lows in U.S. dollar strength. All right. So again, you know what I'm saying? Like all of the assets that are supposed to be superior to crypto are all behaving like crypto. Or like how they've said crypto behaves. You know what I'm saying? And the reason why crypto is outperforming everything right now is a couple different reasons. And one of the main reasons is because all of the crypto investors, the people that are buying Bitcoin, the people that are buying Ethereum, the people that are buying all these different assets, they're all doing the same thing. It's a low probability outcome of them doing anything different. Everybody's buying to hold. So it's not a lot of activity really going on other than people buying it, which is what's maintaining that floor at 85,000. All right. Now, you know, shout out to the geopolitical, what's the name of this channel? The Geopolitical Economy Report. I love this channel. We've reacted to videos on this channel before. We're gonna react to a video that he just put out. and it's going to go a little bit more in depth and in detail about what's going on with this economy, with this trade issue, right? Shout out to AB. Yeah, Solana. Now is a great time to buy Solana. Facts. All right. So let's take a look at this, right? Let's take a look at this because he put this together in a very interesting perspective. All right. And I think that it's definitely worth paying attention to. All right, let's check this out.
After threatening to impose tariffs on countries all around the world, U.S. President Donald Trump has made it clear that there's really one country that is the main target of the very aggressive economic war that he's waging. And that country...
Now, look at that. Look at that plaque with all those countries. How many people knew that? You see all those countries on that plaque? Those are all of the countries that have gotten hit with all of these tariffs. How many people knew that it was that many countries? If you guys knew, give me a thumbs up. If you guys did not know, then give me a thumbs down. And shout out to everybody watching. I appreciate you guys. If you all haven't smashed the like button yet, please do me a favor. Take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you haven't hit the bell, please do me a favor and hit that bell and subscribe to the channel. Now, here goes my question. I got a question for everybody. I want everybody right now. We're all going to do this together in unison. Let's all just start crying about this right now. Now, here goes my question. How is that helping anything? Let's just cry about everything real quick. Can we all do that? Can we take a moment and all just shed some tears because there's things going on in the world? Now, mind you, the very people that are against investment are the main people that just can't shut their traps about this shit. Did everybody just decide to start investing yesterday? Did everybody just forget that Tesla and Figaro said, you know what I'm saying, we're not supposed to be paying attention to this? We're supposed to listen to what she said?
After threatening to impose tariffs on countries all around the world, U.S. President Donald Trump has made it clear that there's really one country that is the main target of the very aggressive economic war that he's waging, and that country is China. The U.S. government is obsessed with trying to weaken and contain China because they see China as the only country powerful enough to challenge the global dominance of the United States.
Now, what do you all think about that? I actually agree with that statement. If you guys would agree with that statement, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would not agree with that statement, give me a thumbs down. Now, I want you, the reason why I want you guys to pay close attention to that statement is because there's a lot of people that fill themselves with this false sense of security, and they say, quote unquote, we's a threat. How many times have you all heard people say such foolishness? We's a threat. You know what I'm saying? How many times you heard people say that? I want you guys to pay very close attention. You see the way that the United States is dealing with China? That's how the United States deals with threats. When the United States sees you as a threat, that's how they deal with you. You know what I'm saying? That's how they deal with you. You know what I'm saying? They don't play little petty social media games. And well, Trump is playing petty social media games because he's putting stuff on Truth Social and then retweeting it a million times because, you know what I'm saying? No one cares really about Truth Social. You know what I'm saying? Trump will tweet something out on Twitter. You know, Elon Musk will make it, you know, be in everybody's face on the algorithm. But this is how the United States deals with threats. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Carlton. Carlton said, people can tell you Jay-Z's net worth in 2012, but can't tell you the current price for Bitcoin. Bro, it's some people, you could ask some people about Bitcoin and they will literally say, didn't it crash down to zero? They'll literally say that. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Katsy. Katsy said, but this is a dangerous game Trump is playing. China corners the market on pharmaceuticals and ingredients to make pharmaceuticals. You know, everybody will be going back to them safe injection clinics for the pain medicine if that if that happens, right?
Economically, technologally, militarily, militarily and politically. And this is bipartisan. It's not just.
Shout out to my man Thomas. I appreciate you, bro. Make sure y'all show Thomas some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat for Thomas for funding the organization. Thomas says, understand this, though. It will be settled by hot war. Yeah, that's facts. Facts. Make sure y'all show Thomas some love.
How do you think that we fund this organization, huh? We're not exactly the march of dimes.
Them tips, you know what I'm saying? Them tips be helping your boy out. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to stack that ripple. You know what I'm saying?
Just Donald Trump. The Democrats and Joe Biden also attempted it, but Trump has taken it to a whole new level and essentially declared a nuclear economic war on China. The U.S. president announced on the 10th of April that he was pausing the tariffs that he threatened on other countries for 90 days. He did approve a blanket tariff of 10% on everyone, but that was already announced.
Now, do you guys remember when everybody was like, ooh, remember, look, hey, we got to do it like how everybody else is doing. Ooh, Trump and them tariffs. Ooh, Trump and them tariffs. Remember when everybody was doing that? And I was like, that's exactly what they did, bro. I can name you 5 people right now that did exactly that. Ooh, Trump and them tariffs. You remember when they was doing that? What did I say? Look, who gonna eat good under Trump? When Trump start hitting the tariff button and the economy start acting funny, ride the volatility and buy the dips. Is that not what, did I not say that? What did I say? When the economy is in turmoil, that's when the billionaires, the George Soroses of the world, buy all the stocks and all the assets. Shout out to Cameron. Cameron said, how many of these countries already had tariffs on our products? That's a good question, bro. I'm not exactly sure. That's a good question.
Previously. However, he did announce something new and something big. He was continuing to impose tariffs of an additional 125% on China. And those 125% tariffs are in addition to the previous 20% tariffs that Trump put on China. That means that Trump has now imposed 145% tariffs on China.
Now, what somebody should do is somebody should do the math and do like a regression and see what the upper limit on effective tariff levies. Because now it's just getting to the point where like Trump could just be like, I'm levying 1,500% tariffs. And then China could be like, I'm leveraging 2,000% tariffs. And at that point, like it don't even matter. Because now you're making these tariffs and you've gotten them up so high, you've already severed any type of trade relation. So now you're just talking because you're not doing any business with each other anyway. So none of these tariffs is actually causing any problems after a certain amount. The trade has already been severed. You see what I'm saying? So it's just for appearances.
Which honestly, it's more symbolic than anything. Economists estimate that after 50
and see, as literally right as I say it, he says the same thing. I mean, because this is just math. It's what's called an upper limit. You know what I'm saying? It's what's called an upper limit.
% tariffs are in addition to the previous 20% tariffs that Trump put on China. That means that Trump has now imposed 145% tariffs on China, which honestly, it's more symbolic than anything. Economists estimate that after 50%, it doesn't really have that much of an impact to increase the tariffs to 70, 90, 140%, because after 50%, it's going to significantly decrease trade between the US and China. Because China has responded in self-defense to Trump's tariffs and hit back with tariffs on the US. And Trump originally claimed that his tariffs were so-called reciprocal, which is actually not true. They were unilateral.
Now look, check this out. You see this lady right here? This person, I think she's a Chinese diplomat. Her name is Mao Ning. She said, we are Chinese. We are not afraid of provocations. We don't back down. Could you imagine? Oh, my God. You already know what I'm about to say. What am I about to say? She said, we are Chinese. We are not afraid of provocations. We don't back down. Hey, Well, hey, what am I about to say? What am I about to say? You know what's wild? As much of a problem as America claims to have with communism and communists, you know, China is one of the strongest communist nations in the world. You know what I'm saying? Communism goes hand in hand with a lot of things in Chinese culture. You don't really ever see, you know what I'm saying? You don't ever see American, you know, Chinese people saying, see the problem with Chinese culture. You don't ever see that. Why not? She said we are Chinese. She is using her cultural heritage and saying this is a positive thing about us. It is not part of our culture to back down. Shout out to, and that's why she's not about to back down. Because she said, she said, I want to be ninja. She said, I'm about to do tariff. I'm about to do tariff. We going to tariff. You know what I'm saying? Shout out. Shout out to Cameron. Cameron said, but Rob, the news always says that communism/socialism has never worked. It seems like, you know, it helped China build a pretty strong nation. You know what I'm saying? Seemed like, you know, it helped China build a pretty strong nation. Now, you know, not to, you know, go there, you know what I'm saying? But shout out to this old school Chinese politician. You know what I'm saying? He's got a very interesting hairstyle. What do you call that? what do you call that? I don't know what you call that. What do you call that? The communist cap? What do you call that? I don't know. I don't know what you call that.
Unilateral and aggressive. China's tariffs are actually reciprocal, and the Chinese government spokesperson Mao Ning published a video of Mao Zedong, the famous revolutionary leader, back in the 1950s, in which China was supporting Korea in the Korean War when the U.S. brutally bombed Korea and killed 20% of the North Korean population. And in this famous speech from Mao, he said that
hey, he in a trade war with Archie Bunker too. hey, he in a trade war with Archie Bunker too. Oh man.
China is willing to fight until the end. China will never surrender. So Trump is trying to carry out.
Hey, one-ton Super Bowl is crazy. One-ton Super Bowl is crazy. Hey, that's crazy.
The mission that Warhawks in Washington have dreamed of for years, which is economic decoupling. Trump wants to end economic relations between the U.S. and China. And this is
if you ask me, look, I'm not even gonna lie to you. Look, I ain't even gonna lie to you, man. That kind of hairstyle is power. Like that's power. That's what that shit is. Cause he already know anybody laugh at his hairstyle or anybody make fun of him, they getting a fire. That's communist China, like back in the 60s too. Man, they getting a fire squad. They getting a firing squad. You gotta be like one of the most powerful people in the world to wear some hairstyle like that, and everybody take you serious. That's how you. That's how you know. Like you gotta like. A lot of times, people just be putting stuff out there. I'm gonna just put this out here, just to see how you react to it, and they'll come somewhere looking completely crazy. they putting themselves out there just so they can make an example out of you if you try to point it out.
Pushed by neoconservative think tanks like AEI, the American Enterprise Institute, which is a Washington, D.C. based.
Now, I want y'all to pay attention to this think tank, man. Shout out to this dude for putting us onto this think tank, right? You know, we be tracking these think tanks because, you know, somebody got to do it, right? So I want y'all to pay attention to it. Now, you know, a lot of people was talking about what happened to Project 2025. Does anybody remember what happened to Project 2025? Project 2025 just kind of fell out of the sky. Like it just kind of just disappeared. Right? Nobody's talking about it anymore. But now initiatives from this particular think tank are being followed.
Surrender. So Trump is trying to carry out the mission that warhawks in Washington have dreamed of for years, which is economic decoupling. Trump wants to end economic relations between the U.S. and China, and this has been pushed by neoconservative think tanks like AEI, the American Enterprise Institute, which is a Washington, D.C. based think tank, which is funded by large corporations, the military-industrial complex, and conservative billionaires who also support Trump. And Trump.
Now, you heard what he just said, right? One of the things that we need to talk about, we need to talk about these conservative billionaires that support Trump. We know who they are. Right, a lot of these people are friends with J.D. Vance, like Peter Thiel, right? So we got that. We also need to figure out these corporations that are funding this effort and this conservative think tank. So we need to start doing some research. We always are in a state of doing research, right? But we need to now focus our research that we're doing on who these people are and what they're up to. You know what I'm saying? And how we can either sabotage it or profit off of it, right? If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down.
Trump is now carrying out this agenda, which is very likely going to be disastrous for the U.S. economy, given that the U.S. imports more goods from China than any other country. This is the very big.
So now let me ask you guys this. With the U.S. importing more goods from China than any other country, what is the likely result of a lot of this trade war issue? What is going to happen here?
So support Trump, and Trump is now carrying out this agenda, which is very likely going to be disastrous for the U.S. economy, given that the U.S. imports more goods from China than any other country. This is the very big and very risky gamble that the U.S. government is making, that it can win a trade war with China. And this was expressed by Donald Trump's Commerce Secretary, the billionaire Howard Lutnick. On Fox News, he claimed that China is more dependent on the U.S. and the U.S. is dependent on China, and he insisted that the U.S. can win this economic game of chicken.
Now, here's my question. How many people agree with that? How many people believe that that China is more dependent on the United States than the United States is on China? Facts. Now, shout out to Katsy. You guys can see how this machine works. Katsy says people will stop consuming because of price. And then once people stop consuming as a result of price, then what will happen? Well, that's when the liquidity injection comes in, because we need people to continue to consume. We need consumers to consume, right?
China chose the path of going against Donald Trump. I mean, he said, don't retaliate. If you retaliate, then you're going to feel my wrath. And that's what happened. But let's be clear. We are their biggest client by far, by far, by far. The American consumer buys everything from China. They can't afford to be without us.
Trump's billionaire Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent, made very similar remarks. He claimed that China responding to Trump's tariffs by defending itself was a big mistake. And he said, quote, we export 1/5 to them of what they export to us. So that is a losing hand for them, for China, he said. However, that's an absurd argument, because it's not about just the number, the overall sum of trade. It's about what exactly the U.S. imports from China and what China imports from the U.S. If you look at their exports, you can.
Now, this is important. All right. I want everybody to pay very close attention to this. This is what the United States exports to China. And this is what China exports to the United States. All right. Now, I want to ask you guys this question. Who can be without who? That's my question.
See that what the U.S. largely exports to China is petroleum, oil. China can get oil from a lot of countries. Soybeans, which is the top U.S. export to China. China can buy soybeans from many other countries. Cars, well, China already produces some of the best cars in the world. Copper, China can find copper from somewhere else. And okay, the U.S. does, or it used to export integrated circuits, chips to China, but the U.S. government has been putting export restrictions on China, going not only back to Trump, but also to Biden. This was bipartisan. And China has been developing its own domestic chip industry. So it's actually quite...
Now, shout out to Catsy. Catsy says, shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Brooklyn Queen said, China don't need, right. Cassie said, we need China. If you guys agree with Cassie and Brooklyn Queen, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down.
Easy for China to replace a lot of the imports it gets from the U.S. It can import those products from other countries. But then look at what the U.S. imports from China. It's very different. The biggest export that China sends to the U.S. is cell phones, which is included under broadcasting equipment. It's difficult to replace cell phones made in China. Where is Apple going to make its iPhone? They're trying to make it in India, but it's very difficult. The second biggest Chinese export to the U.S. is computers. So in other words, what the entire modern economy relies on, where is the U.S. going to get those computers from that it can't import from China anymore because there's now 140% tariff? They're over twice as expensive. The U.S. also imports a lot of batteries from China, which are needed for electric vehicles, phones, computers. Pretty much everything today has an electric battery. How is the U.S. going to replace those electric batteries? It would have to create an entire new supply chain, create new factories, find new companies who will invest in the U.S., train workers. It's going to take many years, if not decades, to recreate that supply chain without China. In the meantime, the U.S. has no alternatives. So what this shows is that Trump administration officials are living in opposite land. It's actually the U.S. which is much more...
Now, look, listen, I want you guys to pay very close attention, right? I told you guys how people are anti-reality, anti-logic, right? Anti-reality, anti-logic, and pro what doesn't make sense. Now, when it comes to, there's a thin line between pro-blacks and coons, right? Look at how he just said Trump's administration is living in opposite land when it comes to dealing with the economy. Do you see why the people who cheer this stuff on, why they cheer it on? Just like Democrats are pro-crime culture, this is in line with all of the new supporters of who just blindly support Trump and anything conservative. So again, when it comes to the political situation here, the problem is that the majority of people who follow these political parties, regardless if it's the Democrats or the Republicans, they're stupid. Like you still got most of YouTube making videos about the Democrats like they lost. You know what I'm saying? We still gonna stick it to Kamala. Like who's even heard from Kamala Harris? You know what I'm saying? Like that, like you literally kicking a dead horse. But people kick dead horses when they scared to kick a live one. And that's why they keep going in on the Democrats. It's not like the only Democrat that should be going in on right now is like Hakeem Jeffries, you know what I'm saying? Cory Booker and Jasmine Crockett. They're the only people really making any type of noise. But these people have nothing and they know nothing. So all they have to keep talking about what it is that they think they know. You know what I'm saying? I made a whole career out of roasting the Democrats. I'm gonna just stay on that. You know what I'm saying? Like they lost. It's over with. You know what I'm saying? The Democrats are done. It's new critiques to be made. But again, the same way people stuck in 1960, they stuck in 2024 too.
Dependent on China, then vice versa. And if you don't believe me, well, this is what even mainstream prominent economists are warning. including Adam Posen, who previously worked for the U.S. Federal Reserve, the U.S. Central Bank. In an article in Foreign Affairs magazine, he warned that trade wars are easy to lose. He wrote that despite the Trump administration's claims to the contrary, quote, "It is China that has escalation dominance in this trade war. The United States gets vital goods from China that cannot be replaced anytime soon or made at home at anything less than prohibitive cost," end quote. He said that Trump's massive escalation of this trade war so quickly is, quote,
and so the content that you see people making in regards to this trade war or in regards to the economy, it's all, they'll get to this part and be like, "Ooh, see, I told, ooh, so, ooh, see, I told you so, ooh, I told you so, ooh." Instead of telling you what type of assets to buy to get rich. Let me ask you guys this: how much can you cash in an "I told you so" for? How many dollars can you get on an "I told you so"? Shout out to my man John Guillory. What's good with it, bro? Hey, we gotta find out who be giving Carlton all the inside information. Who be giving Carlton all the inside information? Somebody told Carl. Somebody told Carlton. Carlton said, "I was told that once we defeat the Democrats, we can move forward," but that was a lie. Well, you could look at that one of two ways. You could look at it as actually, you can only look at it one way. We didn't defeat the Democrats. Anybody that says that is denying reality. You know what I'm saying? We didn't defeat the Democrats. That didn't happen. You know what I'm saying? They always be dropping the dime. They be dropping dimes to Carlton, man. They be telling Carlton everything. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, we quote unquote didn't defeat the Democrats. That's not true. We and shout out, you know what I'm saying, to the Black Voter Monolith. You know what I'm saying? We showed that in the Black Voter Monolith video series. But like, people want to believe that. They want to believe that. They want to be relevant. They want to believe that they actually did something. So it doesn't matter what the statistics say. They just gonna keep repeating that anyway. We beat the Democrat. Look, show me a material way of how, quote unquote, we beat the Democrats. If we beat the Democrats, how do Jasmine Crockett still have a microphone? If we beat the Democrats, how the hell did Cory Booker just sit up there and talk for 24 hours and shit? Shout out to John Guillory. John Guillory said, "Now can we get the reparations bill passed?" Oop, there's no bill. Yeah, the only bill there is the one from the electric company. Yeah, shout out to Carlton. The crypto bros defeated them. Facts. The crypto bros and the Trump cult. You know what I'm saying? The crypto bros and the Trump cult. Honestly, the crypto bros, the Trump cult, and everybody else. How can we say, look, how can we say we defeated the Democrats when nothing changed with the voting pattern when it came to Kamala Harris? Nothing changed. Nothing changed. You know what I'm saying? It was still 80%. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on, man. And then you got people online that'll just tell people this to make them feel good. Look, like, we beat the Democrats. You know what I'm saying? Like, there wasn't even any even the hashtag Couch Gang. Shout out to the Couch Gang. The only problem with the Couch Gang is that voting was down around the board. So everybody had a look. Everybody had a Couch Gang. You know what I'm saying? Everybody had a Couch Gang. You know how to defeat what a defeat actually looks like. A defeat of the Democrats would make it where none of these people got any financial backing. All the lobby money dried up. Look, yeah, shout out to John Guillory. There it is right there. Facts. 78% black men, 90% black women. How is that voting to defeat somebody? We landed the Democrats the death blow. I've never seen no death blow look like I've never seen. Has anybody ever seen a death blow look like this? If you've seen a death blow look like that, give me a thumbs up. If you haven't, give me a thumbs up. I ain't never seen no death blow look like that.
A recipe for almost certain defeat at enormous cost. Or to put it in Bessent's terms, Washington, not Beijing, is betting all in on a
we're gonna be delivering the final strike. This is the final strike. We're gonna be delivering the final blade into the back of the Democrats. Yeah, I don't think so. You gonna deliver a blade to their back or a massage to their back? Because this look like a massage, if you ask me.
A losing hand. And quote. The Financial Times published a long report that provides some very important insight into just how crucial China is in the global economy and in global supply chains. This FT report notes that Beijing's trade juggernaut is built on deep competitive advantages built up over decades that will not be easily dislodged. Quote, the sheer scale of China's dominance is unprecedented. No other country in recent decades has matched this level. And it notes that China makes up around a third of all global manufacturing, more than the US, Japan, Germany, and South Korea combined.
Now, again, based on these facts that were just levied, right? I want you guys to get into your, get into your astral projection bag, right? And where do you see this going in the future? I don't think a lot of people really realize how much of a global influence on manufacturing and supply chain and all of that China actually has. You know what I'm saying? Look, shout out to Carlton. Carlton said, I was listening to a Twitter space and a white guy came in and started talking about crypto and they called him drunk. Now look, the white dude came in and started talking about crypto and they called him drunk. Now, if the white guy had came in and started calling them all kind of the white guy had came in and started calling them all kind of N-words and stuff, they'd have made him great. They'd have made him great. He'd have been great overnight. You know what I'm saying? Blaze and all the conservative news outlets, the Daily Wire, they'd have been fighting to get him on the show. The Hodge twins would have been breaking their neck to interview him. But he came in and said, hey, buy some Bitcoin. You know what I'm saying? You drunk. They call, you know what I'm saying? Imagine how great they would have made him had he came in saying all type of N-words. They would have been calling him the supreme. Hey, they'd have been calling him the apex. They'd have been calling him the they'd have been calling him the apex supremacist, bro. They'd have been calling him the apex white supremacist has arrived. They'd have rolled out the red carpet, all kind of insanity. Oh man, they would have rolled out the red carpet. Shout out to AB. This dude would have been, but man, listen, he probably would have lived in a small shack in West Virginia somewhere. You know what I'm saying? And after that fateful night, of going into that Twitter space, spewing the N-word, oh man, he would never have to work another day in his life. And people talk about him for years. Do you remember that night when XYZ came? He'd be in the Hall of Fame. He'd be in the Hall of Fame. They'll call him the apex supremacist. You know what I'm saying? They have a special gong for him and everything. the apex supremacist has arrived. Like, really? Yeah, right. Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Brooklyn Queen said he should have came in talking about eating cat, and the Slurpee coin will be minting as we speak. Facts. Facts. Everybody would know his name. They would know his full government name. Everybody would be talking about it. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Nathan Dingleberry came in and we were we there was an unsuspecting attack. You know what I'm saying? There was an unsuspected attack on our Twitter space, family. You know what I'm saying? Nathan Dingleberry came in and spewed all kind of anti-blackness. So let's make him rich. You know what I'm saying? Like, what? Let's make him rich. You know what I'm saying? Like, what? Look, shout out to shout out to Carlton. Carlton said most of my info comes from the Twitter spaces. I ain't mad at it, bro. Make sure you wear a bulletproof vest when you be around there. You know what I'm saying? Oh man, we was attacked. We barely survived, family. We barely survived an attack by the apex supremacists. You know what I'm saying? Like, get the hell out of here. You know what I'm saying? Get the hell out of here, man. The apex supremacists came through. You know what I'm saying? The apex supremacists came through with Myron Gaines and crashed the party. You know what I'm saying? And they're just making we gonna punish you by making you famous. You know what I'm saying? You will even hear people threaten to say that. Shout out to John. John said, Rob, you talking about a little coonish. Where you from? Right. Where am I from? You know what I'm saying? I'm from the steel belt, ninjas. You know what I'm saying? I'm from the steel belt. You know what I'm saying? I'm from the place where mainly is only FBAs at. You know what I'm saying? In the Midwest. You know what I'm saying? Look, hey, look, they would say that though. Shout out to John. They'll say that. They'll be like, you sound a little bit coonish. I'm not the one sitting up here making people rich for saying the N-word. I'm talking about I'm the coon. Right. We're gonna make you go viral. Like, you know what I'm saying? We're gonna make you go, look at this. We're gonna make you go viral like just pearly things. We're gonna make you go viral like the Hawk Tua girl. We're gonna make you go viral like that little weirdo that be in the bed with Drake. You know what I'm saying? That's all I swear they are like I don't even know what to say. Like I said, I be speechless half the time, for real. If y'all wonder where I be at, shout out to my man, Keep It 100. What's good with it, bro? If y'all wonder where I be at, I be speechless. That's where I be at. I be speechless half the time. I don't be knowing what to say about shit. They just gonna make somebody rich. I'm gonna just make you that. We're gonna punish you. We're gonna punish you so badly by making you rich. Like that's crazy work. That's crazy work, bro. That work is crazy as 95% heroin or 95% fentanyl, 5% heroin. That's how crazy that work is. That's crazy work, like fentanyl booted up with heroin instead of the other way around. But you know what I'm saying? That's what they do. That's what they do. I don't get it. I'll never understand it. We're gonna punish you by making you rich. Okay, I guess. Like it's a whole. Do y'all remember when that thing happened with Joe Rogan and Rumble was about to pay Joe Rogan $100 million? People like the way that people have moved so far. You know what I'm saying? People have created, like they've created the industry to where all you got to do is just make black people outraged. You got a lifetime paycheck. You got a lifetime paycheck. Jim Bob Dingleberry came in and sabotaged the Twitter space that Carlton was in. Shout out to Carlton. He used the black light cult escape skills. You know what I'm saying? He used the black light cult escape skills. He snuck out the back door. Everybody else was getting attacked. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna make him famous. That's your punishment. Your punishment is we're gonna make you famous. So now I can just go on a podcast tour and call everybody the N-word because you've been made famous from a Twitter space. Like that shit is crazy. And people still haven't figured out that that's how it go yet. They still haven't figured it out yet. And then they'll be sitting up there saying, well, that's all they do is just make people. No, y'all the ones making them rich. Y'all making them rich. You know what I'm saying? Y'all making them rich. Shout out to AB. AB said his name is Bob Dabalina. Right. Bob Dabalina came in there on some bullshit. We gonna make you famous. And boom, now he famous. You know what I'm saying?
This article notes that China almost single-handedly runs the global lithium-ion battery industry. The U.S. doesn't have alternatives to these very important batteries. Again, it would take years or decades to build its own domestic industry. And as the FT report put it, quote, no other region globally provides the same unique combination of resources, advanced manufacturing capabilities, skilled labor, investment capital, and substantial government support for the battery industry, end quote. There is no alternative to China. The FT reported that China supplies at least 50% of global exports for 730 out of 5,000 classified trading products, 3 times higher than the EU and almost 8 times as many as the US. This is why, despite the fact that in 2018, Trump started the trade war against China, China's trade dominance continued to increase. And this is largely because China has been diversifying its trade partners. China is now the #1.
Man, look at that. Look at that trade diversification legend on the screen right there. Look at that. Look at that. Shout out to everybody watching. I appreciate you guys. If y'all haven't smashed that like button yet, do me a favor, hit that like button. Also, if you guys haven't shared the stream, you know what I'm saying, do me a favor, share that stream to your social media. Look at all the trade partners that China has acquired from in this last 20 years. They for the most part, remember that they used to, they call the Western Hemisphere the New World, and they call the Eastern Hemisphere the Old World. I mean, you know what I'm saying? For the most part, China has the entire Old World for the most part. And on top, and they got Latin America. Cuba. Now, I don't know if anybody heard about this. I'm going to ask if y'all heard about this. How many people heard that Gavin Newsom has been saying China shouldn't include California in the trade war? If you guys heard about that, give me a thumbs up. If you guys didn't, give me a thumbs down. Shout out to Carlton. Carlton said, have you guys heard of crypto? It could really help with what you guys are doing. Oh, then they start going in on him, I bet. Would you think you a white savior? That's what they said. They called him would you think you a white savior? Is that what they did? They started calling him a white savior, didn't they?
Trading partner of the majority of countries on Earth, including all countries in Africa, most countries in Latin America, and almost all countries in Asia. And China's dependence on exporting to the U.S. market has been decreasing over time. In 2018, 19.2% of China's exports went to the U.S. As of 2024, it fell to 14.7% of China's exports. And now, with Trump's sky-high tariffs of well over 100%, this figure is going to fall close to zero, probably, if these tariffs continue in the long term. So the Trump administration is engaged in a very, very risky trade war that will likely backfire hard on the U.S. economy and cause significant damage, especially to average U.S. consumers, to average poor and working people in the U.S. They're going to see lots of inflation.
Now, here, I want you guys to pay close attention. Hear what he's talking about, where this is affecting poor and working class Americans. Yeah, people are gonna feel these type of price hikes at the gas pumps. They're gonna feel them when they go to the grocery store and stuff like that. Nobody's 401k went to zero. Literally, no one's 401k went to zero. Shout out to shout out to shout out to Carlton. Have you heard anybody? Has anybody had any Twitter Spaces about the 401? Has anybody had any Twitter Spaces about the 401ks going to zero? Yeah. Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. The Lith said, we still got Temu and Shine, though. Right. We still got Temu and Shine, though. Like, you can, listen, you cannot make this stuff up. You can't, there is no other appropriate action other than just to make fun of these people. That's all you can do.
Because the U.S. economy is so reliant on importing consumer goods from China, and those consumer goods are going to get a lot more expensive. And it's going to have ripple effects across the U.S. economy, because as the disposable income of Americans falls, they will buy fewer products, which means that companies will lay off workers. And as more workers will get laid off, you have a feedback loop where they're not buying as many products, so other workers are laid off, and it could cause a recession.
It could cause a recession. Now, again, we've been talking about this possibility of a recession, right? Now, before this recession happens, did you guys catch that feedback loop he was talking about? Shout out to Keep It 100. Facts. Alibaba still popping. Facts. Facts, 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 and facts. You know what I'm saying? This right here, this particular point right here, this is when the liquidity injection will happen. Why? Because people are not good. If there's no goods to produce and nobody's buying anything, then that means that the jobs are going to be lost. And if jobs are lost and people aren't producing any money, if there's not any money, then money can't be spent. Where's the money going to come from? For one, quantitative easing. We're going to quantitatively ease and increase the money supply and then inject that liquidity. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to my man DC. DC says, what funds do you have your 401k invested in? Do you have a Roth? Oh, I shut your ass up. Right. Tired of here, bro. I'm tired of it. Like, shout out to Prodigy from Mobb Deep. Remember when Prodigy from Mobb Deep was talking about how garbage hip hop is, and he said, I'm tired of it, man. I'm tired of it. Who gonna actually buy a Joe Budden album? You know what I'm saying? I'm tired of it. He says some of these ninjas don't need to be rapping. Who gonna actually buy a Joe Budden's album? I'm tired. You know what I'm saying? I think the corniest rapper on the planet might be Joe Budden. Man, that's hilarious. That's hilarious, man.
And significant problems in the U.S. economy. And the Trump administration is significantly overstating its hand and risking a lot. And Trump's arrogance in all of this is really incredible. He boasted that after he threatened tariffs on countries around the world, more than 75 nations called the U.S.
In this picture right here, you know what I'm saying? It cannot be ignored how Trump has a square head like a Minecraft character. But this right here, this particular situation right here is wild. This is wild. He said that all the countries is He said all these countries is kissing his ass. He said they, you know what I'm saying, been begging to just, you know what I'm saying, to just kiss his ass. And he actually said this. Look, watch.
U.S. contacted U.S. representatives and asked for those tariffs to be removed or to be minimized. And at a fancy gala organized by the Republican Party, Trump boasted that other countries are, quote, kissing my ass, end quote, to end those tariffs.
I'm telling you, these countries are calling us up, kissing my ass.
Oh man. Man, look. I'm telling you, once you see it, you will never unsee it. I am dead.
Is by the Republican Party. Trump boasted that other countries are, quote, kissing my ass, end quote, to end those tariffs.
I'm telling you, these countries are calling us up, kissing my ass. They are They are dying to make it to you. Please, please, sir, make it to you. I'll do anything. I'll do anything, sir.
Now the
Can we get some of the phone calls leaked, please? Can we please get the leaked phone calls? Hey, shout out to Carlton. Hey, Carlton, make sure you cruise the Twitter. Hey, make sure you cruise the Twitter streets so we can find some of these phone calls if they got leaked. I want to know who was asking for what. You know what I'm saying?
Now the fact that Trump,
hold on real quick, we got to run that back.
world, more than 75 nations called the U.S., contacted U.S. representatives, and asked for those tariffs to be removed or to be minimized. And at a fancy gala organized by the Republican Party, Trump boasted that other countries are, quote, kissing my ass, end quote, to end those tariffs.
I'm telling you, these countries are calling us up, kissing my ass. They are dying to make it to you. Please, please, sir, make it to you. I'll do anything. I'll do anything, sir.
Now, the fact that Trump is saying things like that.
Hey, that's crazy, man. That is wild. That is wild.
Out loud in public is really troubling because other countries have access to the internet. They can see that Trump is demeaning other countries, making fun of them, spitting on them, treating them like they're children or animals. And this is going to only further incentivize other countries to seek alternatives to their economic reliance on exporting to the U.S. market, because they can see that the U.S. is run by this madman who is boasting that countries around the world are kissing his ass to try to bring down tariffs, using tariffs as a political weapon to force other countries to kiss the ring. And this really is the Trump administration strategy. This was
look at this. Look at this. Watch this.
Spelled out by Trump's top economic advisor, Stephen Myron, who gave a speech that was published by the White House,
right,
in which he said that the Trump administration is using the threat of tariffs to force other countries to make significant concessions to the United States to hurt their economies, to benefit the U.S., and to pay the U.S. empire to maintain its global financial and military system.
Now, look, again, what is the backbone of the United States global financial system? What's the backbone? The backbone of it is the U.S. dollar, right? If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. The backbone of the United States global financial system is the U.S. dollar. Now, let me ask you guys this. How many people, how many nations do you all think have seen this and they notice this and they're saying, look, what if the United States has an issue with us? Now, I want to ask you guys this question. Now, does the idea of a Bitcoin strategic reserve make sense? So now, if countries can get the Bitcoin strategic reserve and they can hide behind Bitcoin and use Bitcoin as a little bit of a shield against U.S. dollar and U.S. economic hegemony, then the idea for the United States would be to buy up as much Bitcoin as they possibly can to block these other countries out of being able to hide behind Bitcoin. Because if the United States United States companies buys up all the Bitcoin, then that means that they can't use it as the United States hedge. So this is one of the reasons why they chose that number of 1 million Bitcoin to buy. We need 1 million Bitcoin so that's enough Bitcoin to block out any other countries of being able to significantly have a Bitcoin buffer to be able to not be subject to our financial attacks. So that right there is why you see the hyper Bitcoinization that everybody is quiet about, because everybody was wrong about Bitcoin. You know what I'm saying?
Dominated by the U.S.
If other nations want to benefit from the U.S. geopolitical and financial umbrella, they need to pull their weight and pay their fair share. They could boost defense spending and procurement from the United States, buying more U.S.-made goods. They can invest in and install factories in America. They won't face tariffs if they make.
Now, I want you guys to pay very close attention to this, right? This is professionalism, right? This is professionalism. No one calls this extortion because it's dressed up. in a suit and tie. If you wear, like, shout out to Neely Fuller Jr. because he had that little segment where he talked about the outfits. If you wear a certain outfit, you know what I'm saying? In this society, that certain outfit makes people look at your actions and things that you say and do as different. I mean, this is I mean, if this is clear cut extortion, and it's not just clear cut extortion, you know, as far as dealing with China, this is clear cut global extortion. This is I'm gonna hold the whole world hostage with our economic system if they don't pay us. But nobody's gonna call it extortion, though. These people call it their birthright, and other people just riding the coattails. You know what I'm saying?
That's as well.
So essentially, what the Trump administration is trying to do is acting like a global mafia don, a global mafia boss, and ordering other countries to pay tribute to the U.S. emperor. Sorry for mixing metaphors here, but Trump's acting like the emperor of planet Earth and saying, you need to pay the U.S. tribute in order to maintain its global empire. And this is really why Trump has been so inconsistent in saying one thing and doing another and contradicting himself. You know, Trump supporters like to claim that he's playing 5D chess and he's a genius and he's making the best deals. And every time he does something contradictory or stupid, they say this is part of the master plan. But in reality, Trump is just acting like a mafioso. He's threatening everyone. He's using mafia-style tactics, demanding that they pay tribute. And this reminds me of a political cartoon that went viral on social media that shows a king with a crown, and he's shooting arrows randomly at the wall, and his servant is painting bullseyes around the arrows as if all of the arrows shot by the king were perfectly on the mark. Everything that he did is an example of his wisdom, of how great he is. This is how Trump supporters and conservative media outlets like Fox News are treating Trump.
If you guys would agree with that, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. Shout out to Carlton. Carlton said Bitcoin is a digital nuclear weapon. Facts. That's why MicroStrategies has 500,000 of them now. MicroStrategies got 500,000 of them now.
He's just engaging in all of these crazy tactics. And at the end of the day, it's not really part of some grand strategic bargain that he wants to pursue. It's really a simple strategy. He's pushing around other countries to try to maximize the power of the U.S. empire, threatening countries to force them to pay up to subsidize the United States so it can continue to maintain its global empire. However, the Trump administration is facing a major obstacle, which is the largest economy on earth when you measure its GDP at purchasing power parity is not the US, it's China. China is a major superpower and it's defending itself. It's refusing to kiss the ring. And China has said clearly, quote, China will fight to the end if the US side is bent on going down the wrong path, end quote. And this is why the US is so angry, so furious, because it's trying to maintain a global empire with you.
Now, I want you guys, I want, shout out to Carlton. Carlton probably going to be the first one to answer this. Who are the people that said that they're the most patriotic people in the world? Who said that? Who said that? Who said that they're the most patriotic people in the world? Now, here goes now this is how I feel. This is how I assess this situation. If you feel that you are the most patriotic people in the world, then that means that you support 100%, you support the United States and all of their decisions for the most part at about 100%, right? Look at how the people dropped off. They know what's coming. They know what's coming. Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Brooklyn Queen said MAGA. Not MAGA. MAGA. I don't think MAGA ever said that. They might front like that. They might act like that, but I don't think they ever verbalized it though. You know what I'm saying? It's some people that verbalized it. You know what I'm saying? Now, to me, if you are indeed that, shout out to DC Precise. DC Precise said, Kurt, hey, there you go. Hit the button. There you go. Hit the button. Hacksaw Jim Duggins. Y'all don't remember him. Yo, speaking of Hacksaw Jim Duggins, yo, I found this like vintage, like old school WWF channel that was playing like all the old WWF WrestleManias. I was watching it for a little bit last night. They had Lex they had Lex Luger. They had Lex Luger versus Mr. Perfect on there. I didn't know that Shawn Michaels had started jumping Mr. Perfect. You know what I'm saying? I ain't know about that. That must have been like, you know what I'm saying? I must have missed that portion when I was a kid. Oh man. So if you're the most patriotic people in the world, then you know what I'm saying, you gotta eat these tariffs, and you gotta eat everything that come with it. You gotta eat everything that come with it. You know what I'm saying? But the most patriotic people in the world be a lot of times the people that be, you know, they're really interested in BRICS and they support BRICS a lot. So it's yet another contradiction. You know what I'm saying? It's another contradiction.
Unipolar dominance of the entire planet, and China is standing in the way. This is why top U.S. officials like Trump's deputy chief of staff, Stephen Miller, are publicly threatening China. This is why Trump announced that he's expanding the U.S. military budget to $1 trillion to prepare for war with China. And Trump's extremely hawkish neoconservative defense secretary, Pete Hegseth, published a book called American Crusade, in which he said that the U.S. is in a so-called holy war. That's the term he used, a holy war against China. And he called for overthrowing the Chinese government. This is the
Now that's wild, right? Now here go my question. How many people remember the 2016 Economist magazine cover? You guys remember that? If you guys remember that, then give me a thumbs up. If you guys don't, give me a thumbs down. It might be, is it 2016? Nah, maybe it's 2017. Let's see. Yeah, here it is. Let me see. The Economist. It had these tarot cards on it. It had these tarot cards on it. Let's see. Hold on real quick. All right, I'm gonna pull this back. Hold on real quick. Here go the tarot cards that was on it. Now you see this tarot card called the Tower? It's got China versus the people in the United States. So, like, why am I saying that? I'm saying that to say this. A lot of this stuff is already pre-planned. You know what I'm saying? And people falling for it. They falling for like these people falling for this stuff. You know what I'm saying? And they think that any of these people care about them. It's wild. You know what I'm saying?
The guy running the Pentagon right now. And this is also why Trump nominated the neoconservative war hawk Marco Rubio to oversee U.S. foreign policy as the Secretary of State. And in his Senate confirmation hearing, Rubio said very clearly that the new Cold War that the U.S. is waging against China will determine the entire 21st century, that when historians look back at the history of this century, other issues like Russia and Ukraine will be mere footnotes, insignificant compared to the U.S. new Cold War on China.
The Communist Party of China leads the PRC, is the most potent and dangerous near-peer adversary this nation has ever confronted. They have elements that the Soviet Union never possessed. They are a technological adversary and competitor, an industrial competitor, an economic competitor, a geopolitical competitor, a scientific competitor now.
So I want you, what did he say after everything? His biggest fear is competition. The biggest fear is competition. They haven't said anything that China did wrong. The biggest fear is just competition. And what people need to understand, this is what people need to understand. Since 1960, since the 1800s, there hasn't been any resistance. There hasn't been any actual adequate fight or revolution or none of that. This right here, this is what it looks like when you get the United States panties in a bunch. China got the United States panties in a bunch. So people should take notes, you know what I'm saying? And people should stop gaslighting to try to make themselves feel good. And if people actually want to start landing damaging blows, then actually put together a strategy to start landing damaging blows instead of blowing smoke up people's asses. Because that's, for the most part, what a lot of these people that try to make people feel good, that's all they doing is blowing smoke up people's asses and shit. You know what I'm saying? That's what they're doing. Make no mistake. Pay attention to this. This is what it looks like when the United States sees you as a threat.
The Communist Party of China is PRC is the most potent and dangerous near-peer adversary this nation has ever confronted. They have elements that the Soviet Union never possessed. They are a technological adversary and competitor, an industrial competitor, an economic competitor, a geopolitical competitor, a scientific competitor now, in every realm. It's an extraordinary challenge. It's one that I believe will define the 21st century. When they write the book about the 21st century, there's going to be some chapters in there about Putin. There's going to be some chapters in there about some of these other places. But the bulk of that book about the 21st century will be not just about China, but about the relationship between China and the United States and what direction it went.
Now, to be fair, this is not just policy of the Donald Trump administration. This is bipartisan policy in Washington. Democrats have also been very hawkish against China. And in the
So now, look, I want y'all to make no mistake of this. The reason why people don't talk about this kind of stuff in these terms is because people know that there has not been shown a capability to compete in these ways. And they don't like that. People are sensitive about that. So how do we deal with sensitivity? We just won't deal with it. We won't actually fix the problem. We just won't deal with it. Hush, hush, don't say nothing. We get everybody to jump on you if you say something about it. What happened when you tougher than everybody that try to jump on you and they can't just jump on you anymore? What happened then? You know what I'm saying?
Previous Biden administration, Biden's Commerce Secretary, Gina Raimondo, said very clearly that the goal of the U.S. is to, quote, slow down China's rate of innovation, end quote. She also said that the U.S. government would do, quote, whatever it takes, end quote, to restrict China from getting access to the most high-tech technology, especially artificial intelligence, because the U.S. government wants to protect big tech monopolies.
And also the United States is constantly giving China the technology. They're constantly giving, the United States and United States public businesses, private businesses, they are constantly supplying China with their trade secrets so that they can do business with China. They selling their own self out, but they're not going to tell you that part of the story, though. They just sit there and lie and say that China's stealing it. How is China stealing it if the United States businesses are giving them this information so that they could do business in China? How is that stealing? You know what I'm saying?
In Silicon Valley. So again, this is bipartisan. It's Trump and Biden, Republicans and Democrats. However, Trump has taken the economic war and trade war and tech war against China to a whole new level. Trump started the trade war against China in 2018 during his first term as U.S. president. And Biden, when he came in 2021, he actually continued the trade war against China and the tech war. But Trump has kicked this trade war into hyperdrive. And like I have repeated, he has made this into a nuclear economic war against China, a massive game of chicken in which the U.S. is trying to destroy the Chinese economy, hoping that it doesn't destroy the U.S. economy first. And we're actually...
Now, I want you guys to, if you guys go and you can look up, there's this person who was supposedly a clairvoyant individual named Baba Vanga, and she actually predicted this very scenario happening right now. This what's happening right now. And in her prediction, it don't go well for the United States. You know what I'm saying? So, but y'all should look that up, though. I thought that was interesting. But at the same time, though, just because somebody predicts something doesn't necessarily mean, you know, that it's going to happen or that's going to necessarily be the outcome. But I just thought that that was interesting. I just thought that that was interesting. Now, I want to ask you guys this question. What is the United States' contingency plan if things don't go according to plan? What's the United States contingency plan if things don't go according to plan with this quote unquote with this trade war? What's going to happen? Let me know what you guys think. And shout out to everybody watching. I appreciate you guys. If you all haven't smashed the like button yet, please do me a favor, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, please take a moment, hit that bell, and also please share the stream to your social media.
You're already seeing signs of that happening. If you look at what's going on in the U.S. bond market, this is very important for the U.S. government because if the yield...
Now, this is what we just talked about this earlier. What's going on with the U.S. bond market? So let's review. Shout out to the people in the comments. What is going on with the U.S. bond market and the U.S. dollar index? What's going on with it?
On U.S. bonds go too high, it's going to make it very expensive for the U.S. government to continue to finance its debt. And it's not China, but actually Japan that is the largest holder of U.S. Treasury securities with over $1 trillion of U.S. Treasuries. And what exactly happened that forced Trump to take a step back and pause his tariff war? Well, Japan was reportedly selling a lot of its U.S. Treasury securities, which caused the 10-year yield to go up very significantly. And this was not reported by anti-Trump people in the media. This was reported by Trump supporters at Fox News. The Fox News correspondent, Charlie Gasparino, reported, citing money managers, that it was Japan, not China, that was selling its Treasury securities that upended the bond market, forcing Trump's hand into a pause. This is a very big issue for the U.S. government. In fact, if you remember back to the British conservative Prime Minister Liz Truss, she introduced a budget that was like Thatcherism on steroids that would massively increase the deficit, and the bond market revolted, and it ultimately led her to losing power, to being replaced by another prime minister in the UK. And in the US, we saw something not dissimilar, where the bond market revolted against Trump's policies, and he took a step back. So what exactly happened? Well, the 10-year bond yield on the 4th of April went under 4%. And then in the next few days...
So now what you have here, right, and why is this important? Why are we talking about this on Tales from the Cryptocurrency and not BLR Geopolitics or not All Money Ain't Good Money? Because this is what we were talking about when we were talking about how risk-free assets are not truly risk-free. Look at the volatility. Look at the volatility in the bond market. Look at this.
It significantly increased to 4.4%. What does this mean? Why is it important?
What this means is that in 2025, your safe haven assets are performing more volatile and more risky than Bitcoin. If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. And it's only going to get worse.
Well, at the same time, the U.S. stock market was in severe crisis, was crashing. And usually when the stock market crashes, investors will sell their stocks and buy bonds. And as they buy bonds, the yield on the bond will go down because there's more demand for the bond. However, because many foreign investors were simply selling U.S. assets, period, getting out of all stocks and bonds and moving into foreign assets, what that meant is that there was less demand for U.S. bonds. And furthermore, Trump's tariffs led to risks of more inflation, higher expectations of inflation. And as inflation expectations rise, bond yields rise because investors don't want to lose money over time with inflation. So while the stock market was crashing, the bond yields actually went up, not down, which is a huge problem for the U.S. government. U.S. Treasury securities are supposed to be seen as the safest reserve asset used around the world.
Now, again, how many people remember when we did the live stream and we were going in on the bond market? And I was warning people, I was telling people, bonds are not as risk-free as you think they are. There's no such thing as a truly risk-free asset. And here we are, April 14th of 2025.
They backstop the international financial system. Washington designed the international financial system in that way to give it the exorbitant privilege of printing the global reserve currency. And normally when there are moments of crisis and instability and volatility like this, there's something called a flight to safety, where investors will fly to the safety of U.S. bonds. But instead they were fleeing.
So now here in 2025, where are investors parking their money as a quote unquote safe haven? Because they're not parking it in bonds now. Bonds are being liquidated all over the place. What's happening now?
U.S. bonds. So the U.S. was doing significant damage to its own exorbitant privilege, which is ultimately why Trump took a step back. Trump's Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent, who's a billionaire hedge fund manager from Wall Street, has constantly reiterated that the Trump administration is dedicated to bringing down the yield on the 10-year Treasury security. And why is that? It's because the yield on the 10-year note is used as the basis for other important interest rates in the U.S. economy. So for instance, if you go to a bank and you want to buy a house and get a mortgage, well, the bank is going to use the 10-year Treasury note yield as the basis for giving you a mortgage. If you want to get a 30-year mortgage, what is the interest rate that will charge you? Usually it's a spread above the 10-year yield. So if the 10-year yield is 4%, they'll probably give you a mortgage with a 6% rate. And this is true for other parts of the economy.
And so this is what they call above prime. So if they gave you, if it was 4%, the Treasury yield rate, and they gave you a 6%, that's when you hear somebody say something like 2 above prime, that's what they're talking about.
I mean, if a company wants to borrow to make new investments, for instance, if they go to a bank and they ask for a loan, the bank will charge an interest rate based on the 10-year yield. Or if, for instance, if corporations want to sell bonds to investors, corporate bond yields are also closely related to the 10-year Treasury yield at a slight spread above. So the Trump administration has been desperate to try to bring down the 10-year yield, and yet the exact opposite is happening. It's been going up. And this is especially a concern for the Trump administration because it says that it wants to bring down U.S. deficits, U.S. government deficits. The U.S. deficit is already over 120% of GDP. And one of the biggest expenses that the U.S. government is paying is now interest on the national debt. Because the U.S. Central Bank, the Federal Reserve, significantly raised interest rates in 2022 because there was a lot of inflation coming out of the COVID pandemic due to supply chain shocks. And as the Fed raised interest rates, that also significantly increased the cost of U.S. government borrowing. And the interest payments on U.S. national debt skyrocketed and are now at over 3% of GDP, which is very close to military spending. And the U.S. already spends more on the military than the next 9 largest foreign military spenders in the world combined. So this is a significant problem that the U.S. government is really trying to grapple with. But honestly, the problem goes even deeper than just the bond market. That's what concerns the U.S. government the most. But all parts of the U.S. financial system are deeply intertwined and linked. And Trump's tariffs also unleashed another crisis in the U.S. financial system, which was that hedge funds were facing the largest margin calls since the 2020 crisis at the beginning of the pandemic. What is a margin call? It refers to when an investor takes on lots of debt from a creditor, and the creditor, like let's say a hedge fund, is going to take on a lot of debt from a commercial bank. The bank gives them a loan, but then the bank demands collateral. And as collateral, the hedge fund may choose something like stocks that it owns. But if the price of those stocks plummets, as has been happening in the US stock market, then the creditor may demand some other collateral. The hedge fund will have to sell more stocks or bonds, which is what they did, because they need to get some cash to pay their creditor to show that they're not insolvent.
So what does that mean? Liquidation. 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 So yeah, so we're gonna start out with that tomorrow. Hopefully I don't forget. And we're gonna finish this off because there's a lot more stuff that's going on that's related to this, that's tying in. And you know, of course, you're not gonna get how it's all tied in from the anti-cryptocurrency community. You know what I'm saying? So we're gonna talk about it here. All right. So let me shout out everybody who contributed to the stream. I appreciate y'all. Shout out to my man Carlton. My man Carlton, he bought me exactly 1 XRP token with that $2 with that $2.14. I appreciate you, bro. Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Make sure y'all show Brooklyn Queen some love. Shout out to my man Fantizzi. I appreciate you, bro. Shout out to DSB. Make sure y'all show DSB some love. DSB ran it back. We got to make sure we show DSB some love. Shout out to DSB again. Shout out to DSB again. Definitely appreciate it, bro. Shout out to Katsy and shout out to my man Thomas Williams. I appreciate it. And as always, ladies and gentlemen,
Yeah, hey, okay, I'm fresh up out the package. Sign my deal, I pay my dues. Affiliated to this paper, I need freedom for my family line. Draw my life design up like fine art. I'm jumping out just an unfamiliar coordinates. Topped off the porch like I could touch the sky. Red, it's not one trip. The ism talk the water out your faucet. Look at me flossing, I'm so wavy, I could change the tide. My intuition says the hatred in your ways. You imitated, forging lines, claim meaning means that's just to justify. Yeah, you're right. West side, born maritime. Creole baby, my bloodline. My lungs clouded, my thoughts crowded. Say all I see is these dollar signs. Finna make a play and that sound delay. On mamas, I testify. Run for it. Run for it. Run. I'm out here paper chasing. Looking for the funds. Run for it. Run for it. Run. I'm out here paper chasing. Looking for the funds. Run for it. Run for it. Run. I'm out here paper chasing. Looking for the funds. Run for it. Run for it. Run. I'm out here paper chasing. Looking for the funds. Game recognized game. I'm from the Bay, okay. I'm versatile and my slang is different. I'm lane switching with the same people that I came up in this thing with. My head swivel, I'm homebound. Got a target back on my backside. The cat peeling with the cast iron. Better run for it. Run before I catch you. Niggas out ball it, block it. Trying to stop my blessing. Gamble with your life. Don't bet it, don't bet it. They can't stop my blessing. You do best not to test it. Yeah, you right. Real all in my blood supply. Dig ball up top, finna make a play. I cast a lob like I'm Jalen, baby. No co-signer, no co-pilot. They pen pals, my flow designer. My brain signal out of range with it. My palm mission, it's a dollar sign. If I say it twice, then I meant it right.
My brain signal out of range with it. My palm mission, it's a dollar sign. You know, co-signer, no co-pilot. They pen pals, my flow designer. My brain signal out of range with it. My palm mission, it's a dollar sign.
Run for it. Run for it. Run. I'm out here paper chasing. Looking for the funds. Run for it. Run for it. Run. I'm out here paper chasing. Looking for the funds. Run for it. Run for it. Run. I'm out here paper chasing. Looking for the funds. Run for it. Run for it. Run. I'm out here paper chasing. Looking for the funds.